Well, good morning. My name is Buck Malick. I'm the chair of the St. Croix County Zoning Board of Adjustment. The clock on the wall says it's 9:18. That's 3 minutes after the time that was noticed and published for this meeting, August 24th of 2023. It's the regular August meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. We're in the St. Croix County Government Center in Hudson, Wisconsin. I believe that's the way it was published to be. If anybody has a reason to think that the publication was defective, that it didn't get published early enough, any such defect as that, please speak up about that now. Good. Haven't had that happen in the 16 years I've been doing this, but we always ask. So I'll call this meeting to order and ask that the board members introduce themselves. We try out the audio equipment, and the members of the community development staff that may speak to also introduce themselves. As I say, my name is Buck Malick. Presumably that's what the name tag indicates here. I reside in the town of Hudson in St. Croix County, and I'm a citizen member of this board. Joe?
Joe Miller, citizen member, Town of Hammond.
Dave Nickum, citizen member, Town of Baldwin.
Heather Amos, Corporation Counsel.
Mike Wozniak, Land Use Administrator.
Jared Weiner, Land Use Planner.
And just re-entering the room after duties outside the room.
Jason Cheezick, Community Development Director.
Thank you, Jason, and welcome. This is our first official meeting with Jason, who's the new head of the department. Comes to us from Polk County. His name is spelled in a way that's even more complicated than Malick, and it's apparently pronounced Cheezeth.
Correct.
Correct, Cheezeth. Thank you, Jason, for allowing me that moment of levity to introduce you. So we have a quorum, just barely, but we have a quorum here. We have minutes from the meeting of July 27th to be approved by the board members. Do any of you have edits to those minutes as they were presented to us? No? Well, then I'll deem them to be approved, just the way they were provided to us in our homework packets and presumably published to the world outside of this room. Today we have a number of public hearings to conduct and decisions to make if we have all the facts necessary to make those decisions today. It's our anticipation that the meeting will probably take almost all of the day. We have even planned our personal schedules to be available tomorrow if it's necessary to spill over into tomorrow morning. If that be the case, we would convene at 9:15 tomorrow to continue doing what we need to do. It's our also anticipation that we will visit one of the sites, and for that reason the community development staff has retained a vehicle. Actually, Julie Peterson there told me has got 2 vehicles because enough staff members wish to travel that it's more than can fit in one. You know, I do want you to know, and I'll say it now while it's on my mind lest I forget it later. We, of course, are subject to the open meetings law of Wisconsin, which means that a quorum of us, when we are together or in communication, may not discuss any matter that we are considering. We may not discuss that out of the view and hearing of the public. And since it's not practical to take the members of the public along in the vans when we go do a site visit, that means we just plain don't talk about any of the cases that we're dealing with that day or that we know are coming up in the future. But we all have families, and there's always the weather, and so we find lots of things to talk about that don't violate the open meeting law. I think with those preliminaries, did I forget anything? Do you want to remind me of? No, I was. All right, let me just mention that. Thanks, Dave. We have sign-in sheets over there, and instead of administering an oath to tell the truth when people step up to the microphone to speak and address us, we substitute this process where you sign the paper over there first. So if any of you in the room today are thinking that you might speak, go ahead and sign the form. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for you to sign it before you can step up to the microphone and give your testimony. There's no penalty for being signed on the form and subsequently deciding you have no need to speak. I'm proposing that we will take the cases today in the same order that they're listed on the agenda, and presumably there are extra copies of the agenda over there on the same credenza or whatever that piece of furniture is. So help yourself to those. Can I get a sense of, we normally try to be respectful of the public, and sometimes there are a whole lot of people on one case and hardly anybody on another one, and so it may make sense in terms of serving the most people to take the cases with the most people first. Let me get a sense of this. Who among you in the room is here for the Odegaard matter? Just give me a hand. Okay. And who is here for the Jones matter? Okay. And for the Ward matter? Okay. And for the final one? Okay. Fairly even split there. I anticipate that the Odegaard matter will go quite quickly. Let's leave them in the order that they are listed on the agenda. There doesn't seem to be any obvious reason to change from that. You agree with that, Mr. Cheeseth?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, we're ready then for the so-called staff report on the first matter, the Odegaard matter, the proposal to install a lift with a conditional use permit being issued by this board for a lift on a property in the Riverway. And I suppose that these letters, this pile of letters from the Wisconsin DNR must include one on the Odegaard matter?
That's the first one.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there was not a letter, but just an email on the Odegaard.
I got it. Go ahead, Mr. Wozniak.
This item on your agenda, Board of Adjustment members, is the consideration of a conditional use permit request for a lift in the, this is on property located in the town of Troy, 316 North Cove Road. It's located in the lower St. Croix Riverway overlay district, and so hence it's subject to a conditional use permit per provisions of section 17.36 as referenced here on this first slide. And as is customary, we've included a copy of the staff report and the conditional use permit application with the board packet materials. And I should note that the applicant, of course, is David Odegaard, and his agent is Hillside Lifts that actually installs a lot of these lifts here in St. Croix County. The property, as I noted, is at 316 North Cove Road in Troy. It's about an acre in size and about 95 feet wide, and It's a non-conforming lot in the sense that it doesn't meet the lot width requirement in the rural residential district in the Riverway. Just note site conditions on this. There's an existing single-family dwelling that's, again, non-conforming. The structure doesn't meet the 40-foot bluff line setback and does not meet the 200-foot setback from the ordinary high water mark. Neither of these things preclude approval of a lift for this property. Just to give you a sense of the site, this slide includes some photos. The vegetation removal will be necessary. It will be as minimal as possible and conform with the provisions in our chapter 17.36. An existing set of stairs is located in the property to provide access from the top of the slope to the river as well. The applicant will retain the stairs. They're just adding a lift. I'll note the lift is proposed to be placed approximately 30 feet from the south property line, as noted on this sketch included on this slide. As is customary with these lift requests, we've included a detailed sheet of construction plans and schematics submitted by the applicant's agent. And this is very consistent with what we usually receive. As I indicated, Hillside Lifts does a lot of these here in St. Croix County, so I think the board's used to seeing this type of drawing, if not this very same drawing. Also, some details of the essentially the car that will ride up and down the track to provide access from the top to the bottom and so forth. We haven't received any comments from the town of Troy on this request, and I should add, we did just this morning receive an email from the DNR, and basically they're supportive of the approval of this request. The email received from Mike Wenholz with DNR, as long as it's compliant with the applicable provisions in our Riverway Overlay District regulations, Chapter 17.36.
While you're there, is it compliant with those requirements?
Yes, it is.
Do those schematics show that the width of the lift and the size of the platform and the separation from the water and other factors all comply?
Correct, compliant with
Thank you.
Applicable prescriptive standards. You're familiar with the conditional use criteria, and so I won't read through those. Your options on this action are approval of the request, denial, or tabling, postponing decision if you feel more information is needed. And I'll note that you should stipulate findings to support your decision. Staff have included recommended findings. And I, again, won't read through the information about the property that's redundant. I would note in these findings that that the expectation would be that the lift is constructed according to submitted plans and in conformance with Section 17.36 F3A3 and H13 of the Riverway Overlay District Ordinance. And I'll note that the sanitary system was found to be compliant. That's something we normally check. I think we might not always reference that in the staff report of the findings, but just so you're aware of that. And the project is, again, subject to the lift standards in the Riverway ordinance. We've referenced those standards here right in the findings, and again, staff have found the request to be compliant with the applicable standards. And I would note that the existing vegetation, specifically, that may be removed within 1 foot either side of the lift route and up to 8 feet above the lift floor or base. Only one lift is permitted on a lot that abuts the river, and a plan submitted to zoning administrator, myself, and by a certified registered professional engineer or architect, showing that the lift components are securely anchored to prevent them from shifting and causing accelerated erosion is required. We go on to reference some provisions in the shoreline regulations that also dictate some of the standards which the construction has to conform to. I won't read through all of these, but if you have any questions, I can answer them. And I would note that in terms of conformance with the conditional use permit criteria, again, we've called that out in paragraph 9 here in the findings, and we find that that it's a use that can be allowed by conditional use permit and doesn't violate the spirit and intent of the ordinance. The permit approval would not be contrary to public health, safety, or by allowing a safe way to access the waters of the St. Croix. We have many lifts that have been installed, and they're a common feature on these properties that are situated where the dwellings are built above the top of the bluff. I'd note that the results of the project would not constitute a nuisance, at least in the opinion of Community Development Department staff. And we believe, again, all standards in the Riverway and Shoreline Overlay districts are being met, and all landings shall be no more than 50 square feet as required in section 16.3205, pedestrian access, and that provision is in shoreline regulations. Staff recommendation on this is that the board approve this request, and based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law included in the staff report, and subject to the let's just go down, the 12 conditions we've included in the staff recommendation, and these reference the specific standards and requirements. I won't read through them all, but can answer any questions the board may have. You've seen these type of conditions for many of these lift projects, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And I'll note Mr. Odegaard is here today, and if you have any questions for the applicant that they may better answer than staff, you can feel free to do so. That I can field any questions if you have any.
You mentioned vegetation a couple times. What are we talking? Do they have to cut down trees?
It's more, generally it's more trimming and providing the corridor. When the specific alignment is marked, and we typically have a pre-construction meeting where we confirm exactly what they're going to do. They're limited to the standard of what they can clear and cut by the ordinance. And then if it's necessary, staff would require a mitigation plan for planting vegetation, which we can require on any of these lifts. Oftentimes that's not necessary because the trimming is the minimum, and natural regrowth occurs. In fact, the challenge is often keeping the alignment clear so that the branches don't grow in and obstruct the movement of the lift, in subsequent years.
Mr. Miller?
Any evidence of invasive species at all? Like, we've seen evidence of buckthorn on some of the other slopes.
Yes, actually, not so much on maybe where this lift is going, but we are working with Mr. Odegaard on in fact, I think we just issued a land use permit as a separate administrative permit for some area on the front part of his property for some vegetation management, some removal of invasives. And he's been, we're working very cooperatively on that, and it's just for that purpose.
Extending from the comments of the other board members, it seems to me that there's always a risk during the construction of anything that there will be a major storm event or the like that can lead to significant erosion issues and challenges. So I'd like to ask, what's the overall stormwater management or surface water management on this lot? This permit that you issued, will that be taking into consideration the desirable ways of applying best management practices so that we don't create channels of runoff or other problems that might lead to water pollution of the St. Croix?
Go ahead, Jared.
So the way that Hillside Lift does that, they're there and installing the lift, and they do it in a day. So there's no scraping of any vegetation or anything like that. What they do is they pound those posts into the ground below the frost line. They're not digging anything in. If they do, it's a whole, for a whole post. And
Post hole digger?
Yeah, so it's a very quick operation. So it does minimize the risk of erosion.
How did you look at this property?
I did not look at this particular property, but I've looked at several other ones that Hillside Lift has done in the past.
Did you look at this one, Mr.
Yes, I
Wozniak?
did, and Reed,
What is the situation from a standpoint of surface water management on that property?
well,
Can it stand the foot traffic of a path to and from the top of the lift and construction workers working that day and so on?
Reed Junko and myself were involved with this one. We didn't observe we haven't identified any erosion issues or problems that exist currently. As I had suggested, in terms of setbacks, and lot width, the lots, it's non-conforming in that respect, but there doesn't seem to be any obvious problems. Mr. Odegaard is dealing with some vegetation management, but that's more on the away from the river.
And is not, that vegetation management process is not likely to create more runoff, but in fact will lead to better soaking in of the water?
Yeah, I mean, that will essentially, again, remove invasives, buckthorn in particular, and establish native vegetation.
Good. Any other questions, board members?
I got one
Oh,
quick.
yes, go ahead, Joe.
Roughly how far is the existing walkway from where the lift is proposed?
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can ascertain that from the photos.
You said it was a 90-foot wide lot, and the lift was being installed about 30 feet from the southern border. So somewhere between there and is where the walkway is, and that
Correct.
remaining 60 feet
I'm sure
or so.
Mr. Odegaard could confirm that distance, but I don't have an exact number for you.
Okay, it's not that critical. Thank you.
Yeah.
The DNR letter here from Mr. Wenholtz, he's kind of the riverway specialist that's assigned to us. Is that
Correct.
correct understanding? And what's the significance of what the DNR may choose to say? If I remember right, You need to send them all of our information not less than 10 days before our hearing, and that gives the DNR the opportunity to comment. And in theory, I guess, since they deal with a lot of riverway matters, it would be front of mind for them to know what all the applicable criteria are. And so what is the importance of a letter from Mr. Wenholtz that, like this one, says, so long as the standards are followed, they have no issue with it. They don't see a problem. What's the significance of that for us?
What we generally receive from Mr. Wenholz is he will clarify the criteria that the board is supposed to use when taking action on, in this case, a conditional use permit, but in other cases, variances. And then he will usually offer an opinion as to whether he believes those criteria are met. And in the case of this review, he is supportive of the approval of this lift conditional use permit, and he will always say, as long as it complies with the ordinance requirements, because essentially he feels that's the mission of the DNR, to make sure that the riverway requirements are being met.
Thank you. Anything more, board members? At this stage, we ask the audience if they wish to give us comments that they think might lead the board to make the best possible decision, and we usually begin with those who wish to speak in favor of the application. Sometimes the applicant steps up to the mic and speaks, and sometimes they may have an agent of some sort, an engineer or the like. After hearing from all the people who want to speak in favor, then we ask for those who might want to speak against the application, who think we ought to deny it, or that the staff report does not, let's say, create enough restrictions, that there ought to be more conditions or different conditions. And thirdly, then we ask for people who aren't necessarily for nor against, but have some information or viewpoint that they feel would still be helpful to the board in reaching the best decision for the good of the citizenry. So those who wish to speak would do the board the most good if you would confine your remarks to things where you differ from the staff report, where you think the staff report has got it wrong or doesn't go far enough or something like that. It doesn't do us much good, and probably eats up into a day that's going to be a long day anyway, to repeat things that have already been said. You can generally assume we've done our homework and we've listened and we've heard what's already been spoken. I'm being a little wordy, but I'm trying to say it once for the all day. Mr. Odegaard, do you wish to speak? Do you want to say something that you disagree with the staff conditions here, or anything else that you think we ought to know?
Yes, good morning. My name is David Odegaard. I am the applicant on this conditional use permit, and I'd like to add a little elaboration that was a little bit uncertain by Mike's presentation, specifically about erosion and erosion control. This has been a family home since 1966. When we moved in, what you saw is fairly dense vegetation. There you go. That whole hillside was a sand wash. In 1967, my father and brothers planted 100 trees with the Army Corps of Engineers' help. So we replaced the poison ivy with trees, and much has grown over time. The buckthorn has been managed, and so we have a hillside that has been carefully managed for erosion for many, many years. And I just want to be sure you all understood that. Thank you.
That's great. That's exemplary. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak in favor of this application? How about in opposition? Anybody want to oppose it or think the conditions don't go far enough? Anybody want to speak about this application at all? Otherwise, I would be closing the hearing, and after closing the hearing, then we would take no more paper evidence or testimony evidence. We, the board, would make our decision based on what we have, possibly with dialogue with the staff, but no more evidence being taken after the hearing is closed. Anybody want to speak? No. The clock shows it's 9:48, and so board members agreeing, I'm going to close the hearing. Yeah. Okay. Well, that means we're at the stage where we make a decision, or we say, gosh, we need more information about X, Y, and Z. We don't have enough information to make a decision. And so we're tabling it for a month and to get that information on X, Y, and Z, or whatever might be. But lifts are often not controversial. There's nobody in the room opposing this, so this one doesn't appear to be controversial either.
I'll make a motion, we approve this application as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to dispose of this with adoption of the staff recommendations, putting our name on it where the staff's name now appears, and that would be an approval. If the vote is favorable, then I may be able to sign this today, since we're apparently making no edits to it, and you could have it later in the day, Mr. Odegaard.
Just so you know, we don't have any decision documents ready for you today.
Oh, well, then it probably won't be today. But it'll be soon, and the documents will show that you have a right to appeal, or the whole world, if they have some connection with the matter, may have a right to take this to the circuit court to try to overrule us or whatever. That being said, I think we're ready for a vote. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The vote is unanimously to adopt the staff recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Wozniak, for the work of your staff. The staff does not report to us. That is, we don't hire or fire or any of that stuff, but their duties include providing us staff support, and we appreciate it, of course. I believe that puts us in position for the next matter. And it looks like you're the one to do it, Mr. Weiner.
I am. I just want to make a note, or a few notes, I should say. This report is a slightly different format than what you guys are used to, so we're just giving this a shot. Feel free to give me comments after the meeting if you have anything on the new format. And that this particular report is covering both the variance request and the CUP request, so we'll be kind of flip-flopping between the two. I will indicate which part of the report that I'm discussing is, whether it's for the variance or the CUP. So the applicant is Charles Jones, the second at 321 North Cove Road. It is a 2.7 acre parcel in the town of Troy that does have a single family residence on it. I would like to note that it is on the east side of Cove Road, so this is a non-riparian lot. It just happens to still be in the riverway, and that's due to the slopes that are present on the property that ultimately drain into the St. Croix River. And so the home is situated at the top of the bluff. There is, in some cases, a zero setback to the top of the bluff. It was constructed prior to the enactment of the Riverway Ordinance. And this aerial photo here is from 2020. It shows the original condition of the property. Let me just go back up here real quick. So this is an after the fact variance and conditional use request. Initially, the property owner did submit a variance request in 2021. However, it was returned. The applicant was unable to obtain services for surveying. At that time, it was 2021 and 2022 were, you were talking 6 months to 12 months out for any surveying or services in St. Croix County. However, it was discovered then that the applicant had constructed a new deck, which is evidence here in the 2020 oblique photo. And so that was constructed in early 2022. So this is as photo, in this photo here is the current condition of the property. So they removed the existing deck, which was larger. You can kind of see here in this photo that the siding is a different color. That's where the deck extended. They chose not to rebuild the deck in that location and simply just square it off, as shown here in the drawing that was submitted. They also replaced the retaining wall. So there was railroad retaining wall that was there. The utility came in and they replaced the overhead lines with underground. And when they did that, they did damage the railroad ties. And so then those had to be replaced because they were no longer structurally sound to hold that earth in place. So this is these are a few photos from the site visit. They did enclose the area underneath with a screened porch. It is not a habitable space per the code. This is a side view and a top view of the project, of what they've done here. The applicant did submit some material here for supporting their variance request. A lot of that I've reflected in the report. So to sum it up, they had the materials ordered. They got them in there, and they constructed the deck, despite them knowing that they needed to get a permit from us, because the opportunity was there, essentially. They replaced the deck because the deck was no longer safe to walk on. The boards needed to be replaced, the joists needed to be replaced, because it had not been properly taken care of prior to this current owner. And as far as for the conditional use for the erosion control structures, that goes back to the utility coming in and replacing that overhead line with an underground line and damaging those existing retaining walls. They did install some additional drain tile and some materials to help keep the rainwater. They also have rain barrels in place to keep the rainwater from running down the hill, and that's what they use to water their vegetation. They also have a land use permit in because they did vegetation removal. Primarily it was buckthorn in that area where the utility came in and trenched the underground line. So I run through the performance standards. So it does not meet the bluff line the deck does not meet the bluff line setback. So therefore that's why we're here before you for the variance. For the retaining wall, the erosion control structures, so it's some of it is inside of the slope preservation zone, and given the topography of the site, it's nearly impossible to avoid, and so that's what triggers the conditional use here before you. So we go through some finding of fact. So it's our standard finding of fact here: location, ownership. Just wanted to note that the application was submitted in 2021 and returned to them because it did not meet the standards at that time for submittal. And then we discovered the modifications in 2023 when they were completing the work for the retaining walls. And then that deck was done at early 2022. The deck is smaller, so it was 660 square feet. It is now 500 square feet. And then they've installed trap rock underneath the deck, which is kind of a locking material over time. So we do consider that to be an impervious surface. We do have feedback from this on the DNR that we got this morning. The letter is essentially states that the department does not believe the applicant's narrative demonstrates meeting all three required criteria for being granted a variance. However, if the applicant can demonstrate meeting all three variance criteria, the department recommends the board consider whether or not a smaller reconstructed deck represents the minimum relief necessary. And for the CUP request, the department's only comment is to ensure that all standards of the conditions of the code are met. And consider how they would be met. If they cannot be met, the decision should be to deny the request. Staff believes that we did an on-site visit, so after everything was done, and believe that with the exception of the vegetation replacement, which is done through the land use permit, that all the criteria have been met.
Pardon me for interrupting. Did they have a building permit from the town of Troy?
To my knowledge, so when we met on site, we met with the building inspector, their contractor, and landscaper, and the building inspector stated they did not have a building permit. So they are waiting for your decision on whether or not to approve the building permit or not. I do address.
While we've interrupted you, I see their builder is First Choice Builders.
Yeah.
Have we dealt with them before? Is there some reason to think that they would not know that a building permit and a county permit are required?
Ultimately, it's up to the homeowner to obtain the permit. That's
So-
per state statute.
So they might have told First Choice, we're taking care of it, and then First Choice went ahead and did the work.
Right. I don't know what the I don't know the situation surrounding that.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to run through the variance criteria. So unnecessary hardship, it's the close proximity to the slope preservation zone, to the deck and the door of the deck. So anything in this area would have required a variance request, whether that even be a simple set of stairs, because the home has to have more than one entrance out. This isn't a already designated ingress, egress to the home. And so it needs to have some sort of set of stairs per building code. Unique property limitations. This home is completely surrounded by steep slopes, and so there is no area to build to avoid being outside of that slope preservation zone or the slope preservation zone buffer. No harm to the public interest. The modifications have been made to the property, and in doing so, there has been no increase in erosion or sloughing of slopes on the property, and there is not immediate threat to the health and quality of the waters of St. Croix, especially given that this is on the east side of Cove Road and not a riparian lot. To go through more specifically through the Lower St. Croix overlay ordinance, so a grant, extend, or increase any prohibited use. A single-family residence is a permitted use within the Lower St. Croix River District, Riverway. A deck as an accessory structure and also, to the residence, and therefore granting this variance is not extending or increasing any prohibited uses. The request be granted for a hardship based solely on economic loss, gain or loss. From staff review, it does not appear to be based solely on economic gain or loss. And as a result, the request does not change the use of the property. Grant the hardship which is self-created. The slope preservation zone to the deck and would have required a variance, as I stated before, either way, constructing a set of stairs or a new deck in any way. Damage to rights or property values of other persons in the area. The modifications that have been made have not increased any chances of erosion or sloughing of slopes. The increased in stormwater retention by the rain barrels is an improvement to that. And then allow action without the appropriate amendments to this ordinance or its associated maps. That's not applicable in this situation. Allowing alteration of historic structures is also not applicable as it is not a historic structure. For the conditional use, no grant of conditional use shall violate the spirit or intent of this chapter. So the replacement of the retaining walls does not violate the spirit and intent, as it actually is the intent of the ordinance to maintain proper stormwater and erosion control measures. No conditional use shall be allowed. That would be contrary to the public health, safety, or welfare. Again, installing the retaining wall does not negatively impact the neighborhood or surrounding properties, and retaining to prevent erosion, which will enhance the neighborhood. No use shall be permitted by conditional use, which would constitute a nuisance. There is no nuisance associated with this activity that we have found, especially with the site visit. And then the board shall also apply standards set forth in other sections of the ordinance. And so all of the overlay standards and shoreline or overlay zoning standards shall be met. So for the variance, so there are two actions for this particular request. We have action 1 being the variance and action 2 being for the conditional use. So we have laid out this slightly different in this report. What I have here is staff recommendations with all the conditions. We have approved with modifications if you so wish to make any adjustments to what staff is recommending. Defer action or deny the request based on evidence gathered here today at the public hearing. So I just want to, these are pretty standard ones that we have used in the past. So the accessory structure shall be constructed per the submitted site plans and building elevations and be the size of no more than 500 square feet. And that the accessory structure shall meet sections 1736G, H1, 8, and H3. And that the accessory structure may have a 0-foot setback to the slope preservation zone, but shall not extend into or be constructed within the slope preservation zone, which it is not in currently. And that the accessory structure shall not be enclosed in any fashion, including but not limited to being roofed, screened, enclosed with glass or any other similar materials. And that the accessory structure shall be maintained in a safe and orderly fashion, including but not limited to structurally sound floorboards, joists, railings, stairways. Should the deck fall into disrepair and not repaired within 90 days of notification of any county or town official, then the deck shall be removed and the disturbed area be returned to a national stable grade. And then the applicant shall submit a land use permit, which they already have, for stormwater management and vegetation. The applicant shall obtain all required town permits from the town of Troy and obtain any other required local, state, federal permits or approvals. The other one here too, 8, which is a little different than what we have used in the past. The applicant has 2 years from issuance from these approvals to complete any modifications of the accessory structure as required by the Uniform Dwelling Code. Failure to do so in the expiration or revocation of this decision, after which time the applicant will be required to secure a new variance. The remaining ones are standard language that we have used in the past. For action 2, we have essentially the similar language, that the retaining walls shall be constructed as described in the application. The applicant has already filed the land use permit, and then all other applications are required from the town of Troy for any other work that's being done. And then the remaining language is standard language we've used in the past.
Board members, you have questions? Well, you're thinking I do. What do we see, Mr. Weiner, that Mr. Wenholtz doesn't see regarding the hardship here?
So the home was constructed, and the deck was constructed prior to the enactment of the Riverway zoning being in place. And so that in and of itself is a hardship because the home was constructed to the standards of the day that it was constructed. And so it's outside of any homeowner or future homeowner's ability to control what's happening as far as zoning code ordinances are in place.
That was known to Mr. Wenholtz, wasn't it?
It should be, yeah.
Yeah, it should. I would offer you the suggestion that the way NR 118 is written, the DNR feels constrained to be, shall we say, hostile to the replacement of decks. Whereas our board has come to the conclusion in a number of cases that in modern times a deck is a normal, natural thing, like a garage or a driveway. And so when we see a deck going from 660 feet down to 500 feet and being replaced, that we don't have an innate hostility toward it. But in fact, we take a different view. And it may not be the view they take in Polk County or in Outagamie County or in some other county, but it's the way we feel the community norms are. So, I'm inclined to agree with the staff recommendation, but I want to be able to reconcile in my mind, why am I departing from the DNR's guidance on this? That's my conclusion. Go ahead and push back or improve on that.
Yeah, so I guess to build on that, in the ordinance, we do identify as purpose statement number 6 of the Lower St. Croix Riverway District as exceptional scenic, cultural, and natural characteristics of the Riverway. Future property owners pay a premium to have access to those. And so that's part of the reasonable use. I view that as part of being the reasonable use of the property, especially since you pay extra for that. And accessory structures such as decks allow you to enjoy that and to utilize those characteristics. So.
Now, I remember a case in Minnesota in which a zoning board approved a variance to build a music room on a house. And everybody but them kind of giggled when they looked at that decision. But decks are so much more common here. You hardly find a house without a deck. 500 feet, still pretty large, but it's smaller than 660. That's the way I look at it. I speak for nobody but myself at this point. Board members, do you have questions or observations you want to make now?
I do. This business with this building permit, do you have to have a variance? Would you have to have a building permit for erosion control? If I was having erosion control on a slope and I wanted to prevent it by some type of construction, do I have to get a building permit?
That depends on the town and their ordinance. I'm not familiar with the requirements of the building inspection chapter for the town of Troy.
Would I need a variance to do that?
In this, no, it would just be the conditional use in this case. From the county.
If the town of Troy has any provisions under its general zoning, because the town of Troy does the general zoning, then the applicant would be subject to that. I would just add that sometimes if there's structural erosion control, such as retaining walls, sometimes a building permit may be required for a retaining wall. Many jurisdictions, if it gets beyond a certain height, often that's 48 inches, but we don't administer those requirements for the town of Troy, so we would leave that to them.
And I would just note at this point, as you all know, but just for the record, we apply exactly the same standards for an after-the-fact application as if we had been asked in the proper way before the construction started. It's always based on that piece of land and the laws that we have to work with. So while we might be tempted to make moral judgments or something like that, it's not our purview to do that. There's a feature in the ordinance to charge a higher fee for the after-the-fact application, which may be thought of as punitive in some sense or other, but our standards for the granting or not granting of a variance or a CUP are exactly the same before or after. So if we don't grant the variance, the deck comes out. Or if we grant the variance but with different conditions, such as it's not going to be over 300 square feet, well, 20 feet of the deck comes out. That's the way, just the same as if we'd been asked ahead of time. Right? Right. Joe?
Yeah, you talked about the impervious rocks underneath the deck. Is that something that you're comfortable with, or do you think we ought to take a look at modifying that into something that's...
I don't have any concerns with it, as the deck is already considered to be an impervious surface. I'm just trying to get to the picture here. So I mean, this area is already, like, the area that has the rock in it is immediately underneath the deck, and then it runs behind here as kind of a walkway to the back door of the garage. That retaining wall runs all the way to the back. So.
And I'm assuming that all these met the appropriate earth tone color requirements?
Yes.
I'm done.
Thanks. Yeah. And you've already dealt with the surface water, of course, including doing the calculations based on that rock being impervious rather than pervious. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, board members. Members of the audience, anybody want to speak in favor of this application? The Joneses, I believe, are here if you wish to speak. You're the most help to us if you differentiate between your views and the staff views, if there's a difference between the two, if you feel we should approve something other than this recommendation. So anybody want to speak in favor at this point? How about opposed? Anybody want to speak up in opposition to staff's recommendation to us? And anybody who doesn't want to necessarily get on one side or other of the fence, but wants to say something that would be helpful to a good decision? Yes. Did you sign our document first? Good. You haven't signed it yet? All right, we'll wait for you to sign. It's over there on the credenza. For those of you who may have entered the room after I gave my wordy opening remarks, if you think you might, is there no pen there? Somebody probably picked it up for another use. If you think you might wish to speak on the next two cases, or even this one for that matter, please sign over there so that we don't have to administer an oath that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and all that. By signing the document, you agree to tell the truth under penalties of perjury, and you also give us a shot at getting your name right and the spelling of it right, if it ever is important in terms of a record on appeal. Yes, please
Good
tell us who
morning.
you are.
I'm Jan Eldridge.
Okay.
I live on Cove Lane in the neighborhood, and I have a PhD in ecology. I worked with 8 states as a regional biologist for the National Wildlife Refuges.
Okay.
I've done conservation planning for 5 refuges, and I'm retired. I'd like to be anyway. My concern about this is the erosion and buckthorn control that's been done on this property, and the fact that it doesn't go into the riverway. The entire property was sprayed with trichloroper, which is a garlon. Garlon is a form of this chemical. It kills everything, native, non-native. It forms a soil dead zone. It kills the mycorrhizae in the soil, it kills the nematodes, it kills all the insects and the food the insects need. So all the migratory birds and breeding birds that live in this area have nothing to eat when the soil is killed in this way. So the whole soil is dead right now and subject to erosion. And the property does erode into the riverway. There is a way in which it erodes down the valley and down into the St. Croix. These chemicals last in the soil. Trichloroper particularly has been studied. It lasts in the soil for over a year. You can go to this property and see that it is still a dead zone a year after spraying. It also affects the mussels in the river, the fish, many of the river organisms. It kills them. And its effect lasts a long time. The chemical companies would like you to believe that it doesn't, but it does. The byproducts of this chemical last a long time and continue to kill. You just have to look at the property to see. Secondly, they have planted highly invasive, non-native vegetation as a partial soil control mechanism, ryegrass, which will spread throughout the neighborhood. Anybody trying to do something about restoring vegetation will now have to deal with ryegrass as well. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Well, don't stop there. We may have some questions for you.
I also authored the maple leaf mussel listing in the Federal Register. You can see my name there. So the maple leaf mussel in the St. Croix River, I wrote the paper, and it actually is one of the species. The mussels in the river will also be affected by trichloroper going into the water.
Yes,
There's
I have.
scientific research proving it. I can give you a paper if you need it.
Not directly pertaining to this property, but in your view, what would be the purpose of spraying a chemical on a steep slope?
They killed all the buckthorn and everything else, and then they came in and removed the buckthorn and everything else. And so there's also no dead vegetation on the ground, which birds like the ovenbird and other species require, and so do most of the insects for our woodpecker population. Most of our breeding birds and migratory birds depend on the insects from the woodlands on the riverway. And the riverway is, at some form, federally protected. And so take, which is a word used in the Migratory Bird Treaty Act between Canada and Mexico, protects the migratory birds, both breeding and migrating, and this is an important neotropical migrant area. Take is when you remove habitat that's essential to them, and chemical removal has been listed as one of the mechanisms involved. One of the people have been fined by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act under take for using chemicals, so it's not unheard of.
Was this spraying done by the Buell's Landscape and Design Company?
I don't know who is, well, I do know who is, I don't have it in front of me. I didn't know I'd be speaking on this topic this morning.
How do you know garland was used?
I called them, and
You
they told me. Their sign is in front of the property,
Oh, okay.
so that's what they use.
Our application indicates that the contractor or agent for this work is Buell's Landscape Design.
No, it's another company that does brush control. St. Croix Brush Control, I think, is the name.
Ah.
Where do you live in relationship to this property?
I live on Cove Lane, which is a little loop off Cove Road, in the Cove.
Well, most critical to me, how would we remediate this? I'm familiar with triclopyr. It's never come up in our conversations before, but I used to use it selectively on buckthorn stumps.
Yeah, that's
First
legal.
cutting them off.
Under the regulations, it's legal to cut the stump and paint the stump, and that's understandable.
Yeah, that doesn't make me an
It's
expert,
hard to
but
kill
it
buckthorn.
makes me
You know, nobody denies that.
understand what's being said.
But broadcast spraying kills everything for a year or more.
Yeah, so what do we do?
I would say
Do
they
we
should get
remove
DNR involved and require that they plant natural species, like they could get to Outback Nursery down in Hastings for native plants. They could plant trees from the St. Croix County tree program. They could go to Prairie Restoration and plant oak savanna plants, this is an oak savanna area. They could plant those.
Kinney Natives, halfway between Roberts and River Falls, sells native plants.
Yeah, anybody that sells, plants
But-
are usually
but
more
with the-
expensive. Seeds from Prairie Restoration does cover this area. They
Yep.
give you mixes, seed mixes, and those can be brought in, yeah.
Yep, the one out of Princeton, Minnesota.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There's one up in Marine, St. Croix too.
But would those, either the seeds or the seedlings, be able to thrive after the ground has been
I think it'll take a
affected?
couple years before they can, that's why I think this whole property is open to erosion, because it'll take a couple years for this property to recover, the soil to recover, and it will never recover completely. They've destroyed it. But things that'll come in are buckthorn, mullein, these non-native invasive species that have been planted. Those are the things that'll come in. And so they probably need the DNR to put up a plan for restoration. I can tell you that prairie and ferns are the only two communities that I know of that can withstand buckthorn invasion in this area. So, but, and ferns are lovely, and they produce their own chemical, and they'll keep buckthorn out, but that's a lot of ferns. This is a 2-acre property, I think. Anyway, I would recommend the DNR be involved in a restoration
Okay,
plan.
stand by. I'm not sure we can get the DNR to devote the resources to an individual property like this, although maybe we could try. But Mr. Wozniak, now with respect to the conditional use permit part of this, your staff would be managing the process of any revegetation on this lot, right? And you could, if we asked you to do so, you could manage it in consideration of the previous use of triclopyr?
Yeah, I think that's correct. I mean, we can certainly look at whether there was any violation of our ordinance standards. I mean, our language.
Well, I wasn't going there.
Okay.
We don't have a role with respect to violations.
I understand. But
You
in terms
do
of
under the other-
follow-up on the CUP, you're suggesting
Dealing with
a
the future.
mitigation plan for vegetation.
That's all part of the land use permit that's required as
Right.
part of the CUP.
Yeah.
So,
Are you agreeing with this question and answer line, Mr. Cheeseth? That your staff, if directed here as a part of the conditions, that we tightened up our analysis a bit with regard to the previous use of chemicals, your staff would have the ability to do something with that?
Correct, Mr. Chair. I think it would be relevant in that to add that as a condition to the conditional use permit, which is basically required by the ordinance already because there was some impervious surface added with that new part of the deck that is screened in below, and being so close to the slope there on site, it would be reasonable to take and say that there could be an increase in water going down that slope.
There's the appropriate nexus, in other words, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, I'm not saying we're going there, I'm just exploring options at this point based on this testimony. Are
May
you
I add
finished,
one more
or-
comment? One more comment?
Sure.
Your comment that the DNR wouldn't get involved in this because it's just one property. I've identified 20% of my neighborhood has been broadcast sprayed with trichlopyr or something similar. And so this isn't a small problem. This is happening throughout my neighborhood. Then I'll
Well,
leave you
that's
with
not
that.
good news, but fortunately, the rest of it's not under our jurisdiction, so.
Yet.
I have a question. I visited all of the properties that we're going to discuss today. I don't recall any of them that was totally bare vegetation.
Would you go to one of the slides that showed the deck? You'll see that all the vegetation below that deck is bare. And it's like that for the entire 2 acres. The trees are there.
And also, I realized that
That's what the whole property looks like.
This picture was taken in the spring prior to any new vegetation being
I have
grown.
pictures showing that it looks just like that now.
I would also recommend that we talk to the applicant before you jump to any conclusions.
Oh, I'd be grossly in derelict of my duties. Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Weiner.
No more.
Do you have any more lessons for me that you want to lay down here?
No more comments.
All right. Anybody else? Mr. Jones, would you like to speak now?
Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. There's some confusion. St. Croix brush clearing did in fact clear a lot of the buckthorn forest. It started when we first bought the property with goats. We used goats for 2 years and was not very successful. They kept growing back and so forth, and we brought in what we thought was a professional. He used a combination of cutting, and then he has a grinder, and then he used the chemical that was mentioned, but it was spot sprayed, not broadcast sprayed. He confirmed that with us with this conversation with the previous speaker. I can provide his number if you like, if you want to confirm that it was in fact spot sprayed, which is in line with what the expectations are.
Sure. What is that number?
I'll have to actually send my phone. My wife will dig it up here real quick.
Oh, great.
And so a lot of what you see here is the result of wind, storm damage, and tree fall. And if you look on the other side, the ravine side of it, we've gone through there and cleaned up a lot of that underbrush and detritus type of wood that is a fire hazard. And we've ground it up, and we have pushed big stumps or trunks to the side. And then using that ground up sawdust or wood chips, if you will, as further fertilization and so forth for the growth to come back as it's appropriate. St. Croix Brush Control, 715-716-0278. His name is Thomas, terrific young man. And he does spot spraying with a sprayer on his back, not broadcast spraying. In that ravine, it does drain down, flows down into a culvert underneath North Cove Road. We've had Thomas clear underbrush and logs out of that as as the tree falls and it has flowed down, so we have a clear flowage. This is a reflective of the time of the year, and you can see there's equipment, manual equipment in the retaining wall being constructed and so forth during that time. I realize that there's a lot of passion about the Riverway. We share that passion. That's why we bought a house there 3 years ago. Be happy to answer any questions, but I do want to reemphasize spot, not broadcast spraying.
Got it. Questions? Okay, anybody else you want
Thank
to
you very
speak
much.
again, Mrs. Eldridge?
I'd just like to say that I have photographs showing that all the vegetation along the roadway is wilted from a total spraying. So if it was spot spraying, it was a pretty broad spot.
You will provide those pictures to the CD staff? Good. Mrs. Jones?
Yes, thank you. I regretfully deleted some pictures because I had taken them after I had witnessed someone taking pictures of the property. I have no idea who that was. I had taken pictures after the spraying because they had said out of their car that they were taking pictures of what had been done, and did I know that it was illegal to broadcast spray in the river valley. This was a while ago. So I went around and took some pictures, and unfortunately I deleted them. It was spot sprayed. Our young man that we hired walked around with it on his back and individually sprayed each. It took hours, it took days. Days after that, a month or more after that, you could see the dead buckthorn next to the perfectly bright green with blue flowers periwinkle. You could see dead buckthorn next to perennial zinnias in full bloom. You could see dead buckthorn against all of the other natural foliage on the ground. And unfortunately, I did not save those pictures. If I can retrieve them at some point to show you, I will do my best to try. The other thing is that there is now greenery all around the retaining wall. There are some bare spots. Yes, we've had to clear some deadfall. There is also a lot of log stumps and things that have been left in place. There have been trees cut down because of storm damage, and the stumps have been allowed to regrow. You can come and see that on our property as it is. The very front steep slope has always been a little bit bare. It's very thick tree cover there, and it's the same across the street with our neighbors. There is bare ground. We're doing our best to get things filled in. This is a difficult summer as well because of the drought that we are having. And it is, if the picture is reflective of the time of year, if you were to go there now and look at this same angle, you will see an abundant amount of greenery. And most of it has regrown on its own. And one additional thing, when the telephone company came to take down the pole and telephone wires that were right up next to our house, they literally dug bare all the way up to the backside of our garage from Cove Road. And to this day, it has been a process of just trying to get that to regrow naturally. That was all left to us, and we've done the best we can. There's trenches, ditches, everything. They did their work, they left, and that was how we were left to manage some of it. So some of it does look a little bit bare, but the greenery now, since we've been getting some rain and the summer's had time to do its natural blooming, it does not look anything like what that picture shows right there. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Oops. Hi, I'm Kristen Reeser, 280 Cove Road.
How do you spell your last name, please?
Rieser.
Thank you.
And I don't have any issue with this project. I think it was well presented. My only question is, since this is an application after the fact, I'm wondering if the application is subject to the double fine.
Not a double fine. The fee is twice as much. No, we don't have a provision for fines as such. Now, I believe the town does, but the county does not. That if you think there ought to be fines in our ordinance, speak to your county supervisor, because they would have to be the ones to create that. We can only work with the laws that are ours to administer.
I had double fine, so that's why I was curious.
from the town, or are we? Yeah, I must not have been clear enough. The application fee is twice as high for an after-the-fact permit. And that's what happened in your case also. Do you think that was unfair? You think people ought to do, well, it's not our jurisdiction. Yep, exactly. How about anybody else who wants to speak? I think now we can throw it up without differentiation as whether it's for or against or sideways. Anybody else got something they want to say about this application? If that be the case, unless board members are either of you are ready to articulate some additional piece of information we need that you would want me to keep the hearing open to a future date in order to have that information, otherwise I'll close the hearing. Okay, it shows 10:38 on the clock on the wall, so the hearing is closed, no more evidence. My bent is to leave it to the CD staff to deal with this, any poisoning of the ground, for want of that's a non-technical way to say it, I suppose, and let them administer the conditional use permit and its conditions, and if the native plant species that are required don't take well, they'll have to be replanted until the half-life of the poison finally makes it possible for plants to grow there, I suppose. Now, it's possible there might be erosion, but on the other hand, if there are a lot of natives in there, as some of our testimony has been from Mrs. Jones, that there are a lot of natives that are thriving, it shouldn't take a lot of new plantings. That's just kind of the way I feel about that one.
And I think there's erosion control measures that can be put in place too if it does become an issue, matting and that sort of thing.
Matting, silt fence if it's really
Right.
bad, et cetera. Yeah. How about you, David? You have any feelings on this?
No, I agree with you. As has been stated, apparently this takes place in more than one place. And I'm not sure how you deal with that, but I agree with what you said.
Now, with regard to the deck and the variance, these after the facts are always really awkward, but we apply the same standards, and we have disagreed with the DNR on occasion before. I think it's the only area in which we disagree with the DNR on any kind of continuing basis, but it seems to me that, the size of the deck is reduced quite substantially from 660 to 500. And the property's it's not right on the water. It's separated by a street. And decks are so common, they're like the size of the house. Or the like, we just come to accept them, or as I said earlier, they're like a garage or a driveway, which have with them impervious surface, but we've come to accept them so long as there's stormwater management, surface water management. I guess I am inclined to adopt the staff suggestion and be opposed to the DNR in this instance. If the DNR feels they need to sue, well, they'll do it. And some court will decide whether we were justified in departing from their recommendation. Do either of you have comments you want to make about the deck, or you want to move ahead to a motion?
I'm ready to close the hearing and press on.
Are you? Okay, I think I did remember to close the hearing at 10:30, I noted. Thanks, though. Just like having Mr. Weiner remind me what my job is, it's okay. More eyes on the project, more likely we'll get it right.
I would like to make a comment. You know, this after the fact is a tricky situation, because if I think that the county is not going to approve what I want to do, then I could just go ahead and do it. And then it kind of forces them to agree with what I've done, because you'd have to make them waste all of this money and time to redo it. And I know that that's why the fine is, or not the fine, but the cost is twice as much. But it's just kind of a tricky situation.
Mr. Nickham, I would like to remind you too that even if they go ahead and do, in a different situation, somebody does something that we wouldn't approve otherwise, and they go ahead and do it, they still have to meet the 3 criteria. So if it's a self-created hardship, or if there's no unique property limitations, if they don't meet those criteria, you can deny the variance, even if they've already constructed it, which would then force them to deconstruct or change back to the original state that the property was. It's a much more difficult task. I'll give you that, to go backwards, but that is if you don't feel, as a body, you don't feel that they've meet those criteria, you can still deny even if it's already done.
And, you know, not to put too fine a point on it, but it's not an unnecessary hardship to have to remove something which was not justified by the particular circumstances of the unique piece of property in the first instance. So the applicant in an after-the-fact application cannot argue the hardship is because they'd have to remove that deck or whatever it might be. You know, we've been over this time and again, and we've had training in it many times. Thank you. Thank you. Are we ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve this application as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay, we've had quite a bit of discussion already, but any other discussion between the board members about it, or points you want to make for the record, or that kind of thing? All those in favor of then adopting the staff recommendation and parenthetically relying on the staff to deal with any poisoning of the soil should now vote aye.
Aye.
And opposed, nay. So that's a unanimous decision. Thank you all for bearing with it. It's 10:45. Let's see, it's an hour and a half since we started. Do we want to break, or do we want to launch into the next one? Why don't we take let's try to resume at 10:55, okay? I'm declaring a little break here. Oops, it's 11:02. And I was the last one back, so apologies all around. We're ready for the ward matter. Go ahead there.
All right, so we're moving on to the request by Dave and Kim Ward for 2 variances to expand a legal non-conforming structure in the Lower St. Croix Riverway. And the property is located at 301 221st Street, or Avenue, sorry, in the town of Somerset. So this is in the north half of the town of Somerset. The property is surrounded by U.S.-owned, federally owned property, and it is also in the conservation management zone of the ordinance as well. So the applicant owns the property that is outlined in blue, and the property that is shaded in blue is outside of the Riverway boundaries. The parcel in question, or the lot in question rather, is 2.25 acres. It's 200 feet in width. It does have slope present, floodplain present, and it is also subject to a National Park scenic easement. So currently, the garage, which is part of the principal structure, it is located within the 25-foot side yard setback. The house is 1,660 square feet. The attached garage is 576 square feet, and the covered porch between the two structures is 315 square feet. By definition, in the Riverway ordinance, this is all part of the principal structure. There's also two detached structures. There is a garage located on the west side of the property that is also within the 25-foot side yard setback, and there is a shed that is located in the slope preservation zone halfway down the stairway leading down to the pier. With the line of sight survey that was conducted, the property is visually conspicuous from the river, and that's from 250 feet from the ordinary high water mark going into the river. So if approved, a mitigation plan would be required for this property by a land use permit. So just to give you a look at the existing principal structure again in closer detail. So the home on the right is 1,666 square feet. The covered porch, or covered portion of the deck, is 315 square feet, and the garage is 576 square feet. So we've already talked about the principal structure being located within the side yard setback. It is also located in the 75-foot ordinary high water mark, as it is 73.6 feet. But I guess I would caution on that one, as the time it was built probably was constructed, this is speculation, but probably was constructed at the 75-foot setback, as that was the requirement at the time. The shoreline ordinance was in place. So this being a river, any number of circumstances could have caused that like a bank erosion. The height of the river at the time when the ordinary high water mark was measured, when the house was constructed, it could have been a drought year, for example, and the ordinary high water mark, as how it was measured then, may have been 75 feet. I believe in 2005, new standards were put in place to measure the ordinary high water mark. The deck is also located within the slope preservation zone, and then I already discussed the two garages, or the garage and the shed. There are a few current violations on the property. They did reconstruct the stairway without a conditional use permit, so they will need to come through for an after-the-fact conditional use permit for that. And then they also did some invasive species removal without getting a revegetation management plan approved through a land use permit. So I just wanted to run through the the expansion of a legal non-conforming structure. So I'm just going to run the ones that are in green. They do meet. I'm just going to run through the ones that are in red, which they do not meet. So structure is located wholly or partially within the slope preservation zone, may not be expanded. So we have identified the structure as being within the slope preservation zone. That the expanded structure will be visually conspicuous, or inconspicuous rather, or rendered through mitigation. So they do need a land use. This is the requirement here that requires that triggers the mitigation plan through a land use permit. Any reconstructed portion of the non-conforming structure may be reconstructed in the same footprint of the existing structure, notwithstanding the definition of reconstruction in NR 118.03 subparent 36. The pre-existing foundation of a structure that is more than 50 feet from the ordinary high and not within a slope preservation zone may be replaced, repaired, or structurally altered or in conjunction with the expansion of the structure. So this, again, is in the slope preservation zone, so this subsection is triggered. And then the ordinary high water setback in the Riverway District is 200 feet, so that does exceed the standard 75 feet in the standard shoreland. And so therefore they are within. The maximum structure in this case would be 1,500 square feet, and this is one of the variances that they are requesting. And then I believe this is the last one, that this also triggers the mitigation plan through a land use permit as well. So they had submitted two options. Initially, they submitted option A, and so the report is going to dissect each. So I'm going to go through the site plan, the elevations, and the layout together. So I'm going to share or mirror option A versus option B going forward, and we're going to flip-flop. So option A removes the 576 square foot garage. And the porch as outlined in blue, and then the addition of the dwelling, which is outlined in red here. And so the red would be the new footprint, the addition to the footprint of the principal structure. And so that would result in 1,484 square feet of net new area being added to the home, or to the principal structure rather. So this proposal here would not make the home any more conspicuous than it already is. So option B, the area in red here is what they're proposing, and so the home itself, the area that would be added to the principal structure is highlighted here in blue, and then the area here that's off to the northwest is additional deck. It is not part of the structure, the principal structure, just for clarification. So the detached garage would be reconstructed because right now, as it is, it's not able to be tied into the rest of the structure. The covered porch would be enclosed, and portions of that shown in blue would be added to the front and to the back. This would be a 10% increase, bringing the overall structure to 2,823 square feet. Again, this addition would not make the structure any more conspicuous than it already is. So here's the floor plan for option A. So this is a 2-car garage. Note that they do have a lift inside the garage, which is why they wanted to make. Essentially, it's the size of a 3-car garage, but that lift precludes a vehicle being stored there. Their vision for this is to make a single-floor living for the structure, and so this would be the 1251 added to the net principal structure. They would be modifying the basement then to include a bedroom. So currently, the home is a 2-story or a 2-bedroom structure, and the sanitary system is sized for 2 bedrooms. So there's in neither option are they adding bedrooms. They're sticking with 2 bedrooms. In option B, they are reconstructing the garage. It's being modified to a single-car garage with the lift being in there. And then again, still having single floor living with this option. And this would add 266 square feet of new impervious surface. I have a slide coming up here that kind of gives you an idea of what they're doing compared to on a picture that we took. In here, they're showing an office in the basement. There is already a bedroom down there, so that would not change there. So this slide here shows the area in red that they would be adding for impervious surface. And this is mirrored. I don't have a picture of the backside, but this is also mirrored on the backside as well. And that's where we get the 266 square feet. This slide pictures the option A over option B. And so you can kind of get a better visual of between the two layouts and what additional would be added. So the area in black, the area depicted in black is option A, and the area in red is option B. And so you can see the enlarged area for the garage as well as to the rear. Note that option A would require additional variances because they do not meet the side yard setbacks of both the Riverway and of the R2 zoning, underlying zoning district. Here we're looking at the impervious surfaces. So everything that's here, this is showing the option A with that. And so option A puts it over 15% impervious surface, which requires the entire site have some sort of stormwater management for all impervious surfaces. Option B is under 15, it's at 11.43%. I do not have a site plan showing that. That is something that I calculated based on the numbers that I was given. So again, any lots where the impervious surface is over 15%, all impervious surfaces and the stormwater generated from those impervious surfaces are required to be treated. Here's the elevations for option A. And this is a rendering of what option A would look like once it's completed. And here are the elevations for option B. Note the garage is significantly smaller in this case. If the variances are approved, the applicant needs to submit a conditional use for filling and grading within the 40 feet of the slope preservation zone in either option. There's just a small area that falls within that setback. The applicant also needs to submit a variance to reconstruct the deck. The deck is starting to become unsafe. In either option, whether option A is approved, option B is approved, or neither are approved, this is something that they will need to come back for. The town of Somerset has submitted minutes. They only saw option A, and they did recommend approval. At that time, there were several more requests. So as I mentioned, the 10-yard setback for the general zoning and the 25-foot setback for the overlay. At the time of the report, we do not have comments from the DNR, but we did get that this morning. If you wish, I would give you a few minutes to read that, or I can read it out loud. It is your choice, Chair. Note, if I read it out loud, I'm only reading the last couple of paragraphs on the second page. Starting at the applicant does not appear to demonstrate a unique property limitation.
Well, there are a lot of people in the room who don't have a copy of it, so I think you better read.
Okay.
From the variance requests through, oh, wait a minute. I guess.
Yeah, it's the second paragraph under an unnecessary hardship is where I would start. The rest of it is just kind of general language that they provide for all variances, and just a recap of what the sum of the request was.
So why don't you begin at the top third of page 2. The Board of Adjustment is to ensure that all 3 statutory standards, and read from there to the end.
So the Board of Adjustment is to ensure that all 3 statutory standards for granting a variance are met for each request. Further, a variance is for the minimum relief necessary. The applicant does not appear to demonstrate that a unique property limitation exists for these requests. A unique physical limitation is to be from the property, not a structure on the property as mentioned in the applicant's narrative. Thus, the shape of the existing structure is not a unique property limitation. According to the staff report and past experience, there are other properties within the lower St. Croix Riverway overlay with steep slopes and slope preservation zone that are near the ordinary high water mark. The applicant does not appear to demonstrate that an unnecessary hardship exists for these requests. The shape of the existing structure is not an unnecessary hardship and does not make the property unusable, as implied in the applicant's narrative. These concerns maintain reasonable legal use in the past and continue
Whoops, you skipped a line.
These concerns and issues identified by the applicants existed when the property was purchased by the applicant, and the property has maintained reasonable legal use in the past and continues to without the requested construction. Further, while admirable and understandable desire, the applicant wanting to reconstruct and make additions to better aid in housing their elderly parent in the future, as stated in their application narrative, is a circumstance of the applicant, not an issue with the property. The ordinance does not allow interior remodeling for these purposes.
Does. The ordinance does.
Or sorry, the ordinance does allow interior remodel for these purposes. And the applicant owns adjacent lots, some of which are buildable and provide complaint options for these purposes.
Would you like me to take it from here?
You
Option
want.
B is more modest than option A, and the board will have to decide if option B represents the minimum relief necessary. While the requested construction is not riverward, it does expand the nonconformities. Together, all of this does not help meet the purposes of the St. Croix County Lower St. Croix Riverway Overlay District Ordinance, and thus could harm the public interest. For these reasons, the department does not believe the 3 variance criteria have been met for any of the requests and recommends these requests be denied. Note, the department does not agree with the findings of fact on fact 17, page 148 of the county staff report for this request. A dwelling constructed prior to the enactment of an ordinance, such as the Lower St. Croix Riverway Overlay District Ordinance, does not constitute a hardship. It simply means the structure in such case is a non-conforming structure. Unnecessary hardship is to be associated with an activity related to that non-conforming structure, such as the desired expansion in this case. And the unnecessary hardship is to be in the form of one of the established criteria, such as those identified above. Would you take it from there?
Yeah. Finally, the department also does not agree with findings of fact 17 on page 148 of the packet of the county staff report, stating the property owner's wishes to take care of their disabled parents is a hardship, and that should allow them to be granted a variance to expand the dwelling. A variance runs with the land, not simply the current circumstances of the owners of the property, and thus a variance is not a tool to be used for taking care of disabled parents. That said, the department does support the approach of obtaining a land use permit and affidavit describing the permit and cause for removal of modifications for potential future ADA allowances, as mentioned in bullet 12 of the finding of facts and conclusion of the law section of the county staff report. And he thanks you for his opportunity to provide comment.
Good.
The CUP request is not on the agenda. All right, and then we do have a letter from the National Park Service, as there is an easement that is on this property permitting the vertical and horizontal expansion of a structure in which is visible from the waterway. And the National Park Service finds that the expansions does meet the requirements of the easement. So again, to summarize the request, it's to expand the structure beyond 1,500 square feet as it's within the 200-foot setback of the ordinary high water mark, and to expand a structure within 40 feet of the slope preservation zone.
And a side yard setback, right?
No, the garage is being built in the exact same footprint that it exists now, so no variance would be needed.
It's already
In option A. Or sorry, in option B.
in option B.
Yep. And so as I get forward here, that is what staff's recommending is the approval of option B and only B.
It does, the submission of option B tells me that the applicant considers that the minimum relief necessary.
That would also be
So why?
the view of the staff, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, so why don't we stop talking about option A? Because we don't have the authority to grant a variance for more than the minimum necessary. Does that not make sense legally? And
Yeah, they would like
logically?
to present as well to you. So that's why we left option A in there so that you are familiar with that portion of the request as well.
Well, I can understand your desire to give them the maximum opportunity to say whatever they want to say, but your staff report agrees with the idea that option A is not one we have the authority to grant.
Correct.
Okay?
So the options here for the board are to approve the request with or without additional conditions, deny the request, or table or postpone the decision to absorb the information gathered here today. And so this will be one motion because you can't grant one without the other. This is our standard applicable statutes and criteria. And again, I just want to remind the board that that you may only grant the minimum variance needed that is necessary. Oh, that should have been removed, sorry. All right, so finding a fact. So we have the location at 301 221st Street in Somerset, Wisconsin. And it's 2.25 acres in size. It is a non-conforming lot, as I think I forgot to mention that up in the non-conformity section. So the Shoreland Overlay Ordinance became in effect in January 1, 1968. And the dwelling and other accessories were constructed in 1970 as provided by the applicant. And the dwelling is located 73.6 feet from the ordinary high water mark as measured today. The Lower St. Croix Riverway Ordinance began enforcement November 14th, 1974. And so the principal structure, again, is non-conforming due to these, as I addressed above. That's also continued in 10. So exterior modifications may be made to a non-conforming structure by land use permit, and reasonable accommodations for a disabled person, structural modifications to provide reasonable access for a disabled person would be allowed by an approved land use permit and an affidavit describing the permit. The cost for removal of the modifications subject to the standards in the ordinance, and that's something that is allowed directly by the Riverway Ordinance in Section 1736J3. So we've gone over that. All right, so unnecessary hardship. The dwelling was constructed prior to the enactment of the Lower St. Croix Riverway Overlay District, which constitutes as a hardship contrary to what the DNR stated in their letter, because that is something that is outside of the control of the homeowner. When
Oh, but
ordinances change.
it's not the property, is it?
What's that?
It's not a function of the land. That I think is the DNR's point, that the standard that the law within which we work has to be based on that piece of land, not the building that's on it, right?
Right, yep, and I don't mention anything about the building. So the property, in today's, so the property itself would actually, because it's a non-conforming property, would not be able to exist.
But,
As it is today.
yeah, the DNR's point is it's not the building, the dwelling, that is the hardship. That doesn't fit the criteria under the Supreme Court's decisions. It's got to be related to the land. It's got to have wetlands or rocks or too narrow or
Right,
too
and that's the
steep.
unique property limitations.
Yeah.
Right. So there are steep slopes that are located on this property. While the ordinance does anticipate numerous scenarios in which property can be developed and allow reasonable use, including expansion of a non-conforming structure. However, given that this property is subject to a national park easement, it's limited to the development where development has occurred, specifically to the location in which the structure already exists. So meaning any new development would have to occur in the location that they're proposing the expansion. So no harm to public interest. So the proposed modifications to the property would increase the impervious surface by less than 300 square feet. And the applicant has stated that they're willing to install stormwater treatment to cover more than the 300 square feet that's there. Currently, there is no stormwater treatment on the property. So that would be an enhancement to the quality of the water of the river. So for the ordinance, per 1770, variance shall not grant or extend or increase any prohibited use in the zoning district. So again, a single-family dwelling is a use that is permitted within the district. So therefore, it would not be expanding any prohibited use. Be granted for a hardship solely based on economic gain or loss. It's in staff's view that while it would increase the value of the property, the applicant has not made this based solely on financial gain or loss. Be granted for a hardship which is self-created. Again, the structure was constructed prior to the ordinance being in place, as we talked about before. Damage to other property rights. So the stormwater generated by the impervious surface would be treated more so than it is existing today, should this application be approved. So that would be an enhancement to a small, albeit small, to the quality of the water of the river. And would allow action without the appropriate amendments to this ordinance or its associated maps. It's not applicable to the request, as well as it being a historic structure. So the applicant does own a property that is immediately adjacent to this particular property, which is buildable and not subject to the National Park Service scenic easement, as I shown in slide 3. So if denied, there are alternatives to work with the National Park easement to obtain a land use permit from St. Croix County to construct a ramp or to allow for easier access to the dwelling by disabled persons, and they are able to remodel the interior of the dwelling without expansion. Construct a new compliant dwelling on the adjacent parcel, which is outside of both the National Park the easement and the Lower St. Croix Overlay District. And then the applicant shall submit an after-the-fact conditional use for the application and modifications of the stairway made in 2018. and that also an after-the-fact variance for revegetation plan when they did the removal of buckthorn on the hillside. So staff is recommending approval of option B with the following conditions, and only B. Just make that plain. The modifications and additions to the principal structure shall be in conformance with the plan set submitted to the department on August 8th, 2023, identified in the staff report as option B. The structure shall be in compliance with 1736G, H1, and H3 of the code. A land use permit shall be submitted to satisfy the mitigation requirements in section 1736I5. The applicant shall submit a land use permit to construct the necessary stormwater management management practices to capture all the runoff from the principal structure, specifically all stormwater that is currently directed towards the river. And that the applicant shall file conditional use for grading and filling within 40 feet of the slope preservation zone. The application shall file a variance to reconstruct the legal nonconforming accessory structure, which is the deck, due to the expansion needs to access the front door, the new location of the front door, and it exceeds 500 square feet in area. It is partially located in the slope preservation zone. And the applicant shall file an after-the-fact conditional use for the reconstruction of the stairway leading down to the pier, and shall obtain any necessary permits from the town of Somerset or other state or federal agencies. And that they have 2 years to construct and complete the project. Otherwise, that will result in the expiration or revocation of the variance. And then our standard language here.
Thank you. It's a complex case.
It is.
Obviously, you've done a great job mastering a lot of detail here. Questions, board members, before I launch off?
Have you got a overlay of option B with the existing structure?
I don't.
Yeah, I think probably packet page 121 is just about that. It's the one I was looking at too. But that one with the red and the blacks might I found
That
it
was
all-
option B and A overlaid.
Yeah, and didn't have the existing structure under it.
So this is the existing structure with option A overlaid. So this area here, let's see. No. This area here is added to the footprint of the structure. So note the thinner line that's here is the deck. The thicker double line here is the foundation of the structure.
Yeah, but that's an option A overlay, right?
Yeah.
I'm
I do have the option B compared to its existing. Sorry, here. I missed that. So that's what this is here.
Okay.
Now, where does the side yard setback, it cuts through the corner of the garage, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
On this picture, it would be on the upper left
Mm-hmm.
part of the garage.
Yep. So the proposed expansion of the home remains outside of, in this option, remains outside of that setback. So that setback is somewhere right in here.
As I understand it, the purpose of side yard setbacks, the primary purpose is to get emergency vehicles around the house if there is a fire or need to get an ambulance around them. And so that's an important value, an important function. Did anybody think about moving that garage? They're going to tear it down and rebuild it, as I understand it. Why not build it further down on that picture?
That would be in violation of the National Park scenic easement, because that would make the structure essentially wider from the view of the river.
There's a bump out there. What is that, a deck?
This portion right here,
South of the, or.
south of here, yeah, this
Yeah.
is the proposed addition of the deck. Essentially, so the deck exists inside of, between the garage and the house. A portion of that is covered by roof.
Yes.
So they're swapping out the porch, which is part of the principal structure, not part of the deck, by definition, to enclose it. And then a portion of what would not be enclosed would be essentially shifted. And ultimately, the deck would be made smaller because of the addition, because of the enclosing of that and the addition of the 266 square feet.
If instead of an elevator, they used an electronic lift, like electric stairway thing on the outside of the house, then they wouldn't have to rebuild the garage and they could have their 3 stalls, couldn't they?
Well, what they're trying to do is create single floor living, so they're trying to maximize the livable space of the house. And so they wouldn't be shifting the garage anymore towards the river, or adding any more to that, because that would reduce what they're trying to do inside.
Right, but within the outline of the garage, they show an elevator,
Yeah, they show a lift.
a lift.
Yep, yeah, because it has to go up, I believe it's 4 stairs.
Okay, suppose that were taken out of the garage and put outside of the house, out in the weather. Then there would be no need to have a smaller garage.
Well, the
to give
garage
up a
physically is the same size as what's there.
And is it in the same location also?
Yes, yep.
Okay,
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see on this one because of the red being on top of the black, but
I see.
yeah.
Okay. I'm just sensitive about that side yard setback. As I mentioned, it's there primarily for fire and ambulance purposes. But this house is accessible on its other side. The topographic lines are quite widely separated, so it's a pretty shallow slope to drive fire trucks around and so on.
Yeah, the location where the house sits is at the top of the bluff, and the yard is very flat, going back to the road.
Yeah. The public land is just across the property line that the garage intersects, right?
Yeah,
The LP tank is located on the public land, it looks like.
it was discovered that when they did the survey, yeah.
But there's no fence along the public land side?
There is a fence there, yeah. So they installed a fence to screen the LP tank from the house long ago.
Okay, so there's not room to get a fire truck through there, I guess.
Given the location of the fire station in Somerset, more than likely this is probably insured as a loss.
Yeah, but there might be some disabled persons in the house.
Right.
Or there might be, I mean, we don't get to consider disabled persons because our variance standards aren't about people, they're about the land, the topography. Whether it's a family of 37 people living there or a family with 2 giraffes and an elephant for pets, those are not factors any more than whether it is a disabled person living there for variance purposes. That's my understanding. Although I think we're going to get a lot of legal opinions here, something to deal with later.
Mr. Chair, if I could just to clarify, as you're aware, our Riverway side yard setback is 25 feet, but in our residential zones under our general zoning, we have a kind of a combined 25 feet. It could be 10 feet on one side and 15 feet on the other. So we certainly have many instances where dwellings have been built to within 10 feet of a property line. And presumably if there's a concern about fire safety and access, that's surmised to be sufficient. Of course, there are properties with slopes where you wouldn't drive a fire truck around a house anyways. A lot of walkouts, for example.
How much is left in this instance from the option B corner of the garage there to the property line? Is that at least 10 feet?
Yes.
Yeah, because most fire trucks can fit in a 10-foot space.
Yeah, currently, as it is, it does not encroach into the 10-foot setback for R2.
Okay, good. What's the total size of the deck under option B?
It's the same as option A and option B. I don't know what that would be yet. That's something that they would have to provide us come when they submit the application for variance to reconstruct the deck.
But it's being expanded, you said. It's proposed to be expanded.
Yeah, I guess expansion may not be the right word. The footprint would be modified.
It would have a greater area?
No. The area would be swapped out, like I said, for the 266 square feet that's added to the principal structure. So that would be taken out of the area of the deck, of the existing deck, and then part of that would shift to create the entrance for the new front door.
So the area of usable deck space would be expanded by 266 feet?
No, because there's already deck there.
So
I would anticipate that the area would drop. It would be a small drop, but the area would be smaller than what the existing deck is now.
at least it would be no larger.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, questions? All right, you're finished there. Ms. Cheeseth, your staff has presented all you want at this stage?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we'll hear from the applicant and those who are in favor of this application next. Now, I've had this conversation with the Corporation Counsel indicating that she intended to write a memorandum, a part of which would be a rebuttal of the memorandum that the applicant's attorneys prepared. The county didn't give her adequate resources to get the memorandum prepared in time for today's meeting. There's therefore a strong possibility that, well, let me put it this way. We take our legal advice from the county's Corporation Counsel, no surprise. So when lawyers for applicants present a piece that argues a position, we wait until we have an analysis by the Corporation Counsel before we make our decision. She has not had the resources to prepare that for today. If the applicant presents legal argument today, we are almost certainly going to wait until next month until we can get a legal position from our Corporation Counsel. If we do that, the applicant's attorneys will almost certainly want to present their arguments again, because they'll figure, gee, in a month, I won't speak for the other, this old guy will have forgotten what was said a month ago. So I need to make sure on behalf of my client that it's fresh in everybody's memory. So if you'd like to present it twice, I guess we certainly would not stop you from doing that. Of course, the folks who are here for the Hartung matter will wait, as that's the way things work. But it could be that, knowing you're almost certainly going to have to come back next month, you might choose to present the rest of your matter, the rest of the evidence, and so on, and hold the legal stuff until next month. I think that could be your choice, and I speak only for myself. It may be that the other members will say, we don't need to hear from our corporation counsel. We believe the applicant's lawyers.
Mr. Chair, may I add something?
Sure.
So I was in conversations with the Corporation Counsel here, and we've kind of also received similar guidance from Mike Wenholz with the DNR, that the ADA requirement or the ADA memo that was in your guys' packet really refers to circumstances of the applicant. And I think and that the board can definitely, table this if they want a memo from our corporation counsel, but knowing that, I would encourage our applicants, to focus on the 3 criteria for a variance to be granted: the hardship, the minimum relief necessary, physical property limitations, and if it's contrary to public interest. And because we know that the applicants can change or the owners can change, and ultimately that might undermine our merits of our variance being approved or denied if we use that. So that's all I've got.
Yeah.
And Chair, I think that is why the Community Development Department focused on option B and not necessarily the ADA requirements, but focusing on the statutory requirement for granting or denying a variance. And they really focused on option B and addressing those statutory requirements and not focusing so much on the applicant's disability.
Correct, I would agree with that, and I believe that our staff worked deliberately with the applicants to come up with a more reasonable proposal, if you will, or the modest proposal to demonstrate the minimum relief necessary. And so option A had the option for that lift in the garage, which was back to the ADA requirement, versus option B, and that just provided the 1-level floor plan.
Yeah, the more I hear, the more I think that we should table this till next month and give Heather the opportunity to prepare the minimum, assuming that you have the resources during the next month, and then let the applicant's attorneys have rebuttal, or see what we're seeing, and so everybody is working with the best information, rather than taking this in a preliminary fashion where we're not. I don't know, are you guys following this with, ask your questions. Hold on for a minute here, and this is unusual, but then this is an unusual and very complex case with legal issues that may have to be decided by some Supreme Court somewhere. So, see what I'm saying?
I'm following your train of thought, and I agree with it.
That since Heather hasn't had the time to write, to get her opinions quite in place and write it down, we would want that before we make a decision. And
Mr. Chair?
We can't go ahead.
I apologize for interrupting, but if I may just provide a little additional
I'll
information
give you
for
a
you.
moment when I hear from Dave. Are you tracking with what I'm saying?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Yes. it's
I'm
your
sorry,
turn.
my name is
Go ahead
Corey-
and identify yourself.
I'm sorry, yes, my name is Corey Land. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Levander, Gillen & Miller in Eagan, Minnesota. I am licensed to practice law in both Minnesota and Wisconsin, and I live about 5 minutes from here in Hudson Township. With me is my partner, David Schenko, also licensed in Minnesota and Wisconsin, and lives in River Falls. So We are residents, we are invested, we care about this application, obviously. I personally am a municipal lawyer. I represent several different municipalities. I help them with their planning and zoning applications, with their process, with their ordinances. I write ordinances. So I fully understand and am engaged in this particular process. Particularly with the ADA memo, let me just clarify that we submitted all of our package of information, which had at the time 4 variances, which are not in front of you today because there was a lot of back and forth about which ordinance applied to what. And so that's why it is not, all of those variances are not in front of you today. But when we submitted our package in May, we included an ADA memo that explained why this is a reasonable accommodation request. We met with staff, and they were very kind to give us 3 meetings. We appreciate their time and attention to this. Obviously, there's 100 pages of material in front of you. That's a lot to digest. But we have been asking for their response to our ADA memo since May. I understand being short-staffed. I understand not having resources. But we have been very patient in this application. We withdrew our June application because there was a last-minute addition to the packet that had not been included, including my memo to you to explain what we were asking for. So we withdrew so that it could be included. We then met with staff again. They asked us to give a smaller addition. They said, just enclose the porch. See what you can do with that. So we did. We provided you with option B. But it is not the preferred option, and we do not believe it is the minimal expansion necessary. It is too minimal. It's not reasonable. Plan A is still reasonable. So with all due respect, and I appreciate again that Corporation Council is very short-staffed and busy and doesn't have resources perhaps, but we have been very patient in this application, and we would ask that you consider hearing it today.
Nicely said. Last month's delay was at the request of the applicant. This month's would be at the request of the board. No one could accurately say that we have been dilatory. This is not an easy decision. This is plowing ground that for us is infrequent. The DNR is strongly opposed to the applicant's position. I remain of the view that we should delay a month, and that if necessary, we should write an impassioned letter to the Board of Supervisors that they provide you adequate staff. Members, I'm going to make the motion myself, that we delay this till next month's meeting so that Corporation Council can give us an analysis of the competing legal opinions here.
Buck, I have a question on that. Are you leaving the public hearing open then?
If there is other, good point, thank you. If there is other testimony that the applicant wishes to provide today, they can, but it could also just wait. For the same reason that if we hear it today, we may forget it by then, and so doing it again is likely to be the case. And unfortunately, you, Jared, will probably have to go through most, if not all of it again next month if this motion passes. I would think it doesn't make a lot of sense unless you've got a witness who won't be available in a month from now, that you want to get that testimony in, and then we could read it, or somebody could summarize it or something like that to preserve it.
In the spirit of trying to absorb all of the information at the same time, which we fully understand is reasonable, I've just briefly nodded with my clients, and they said that they can make sure that they're available for the next meeting.
Appreciate that.
But we would ask that the public hearing then be held at that meeting.
Yeah, we will. And we can do that without a republication or that sort of thing. We'll just, what's the proper word, adjourn it until next month?
Continue.
continue it.
Sorry,
From,
Robert's rules is one of my things.
From Robert's rules standpoint, it'll be deferred until next month if the motion passes.
And then I
That's it.
just need clarification from the board if you want me to write the legal memo regarding the ADA requirements, or if you want me to write the legal memo regarding the variance requirements, what was submitted, and the ADA requirements.
Well, I think you got it covered all. I mean, we've got to assume that this case is likely not going to end in this room, and so we want to be following our corporation counsel's advice on every point that's a legal issue. I didn't wait for a second there.
I'll
You
second the motion.
Oh, okay. Seems to me you did. Yeah,
I
I'm
started
sorry.
to, and then.
I'm blurring already. Okay. Discussion? Dave, do you want to say anything about delaying this for a month? You shouldn't be responding to the evidence at this stage.
No, I agree.
Yeah. All right, well then, let's do a vote. This is to delay a month and get written legal advice. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Unanimous. Okay. I probably should have seen this coming earlier and maybe saved Jared going through it, but perhaps it has been helpful to all of us to have that happen. So that would set us up for the Hartung matter to be taken up now. Let's see, we've ordered lunches for ourselves so that we could keep going. When do they expect those to arrive, Julie?
They're already here, sir.
11:30.
At 11:30, and it's now 12. How long will the presentation of the Hartung matter will take you? About a half hour, I suppose, at most, and then we've got a number of people in the room. Well, or maybe it'd be longer. But at any rate, we should be done. Well, we need to go visit that property too, don't we? The question is whether to do this before, have us eating in front of everybody else. I don't mean to torture you all, but that's probably the most efficient way to do it, unfortunately. Okay, you can proceed, Mr. Wozniak. And break out the lunches, Julie.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chair, Board of Adjustment members, and public applicant representatives of the applicant here today. Our next items on the board agenda involve applications for 4 variance requests and 3 conditional use permit requests. And these are also after the fact requests. These requests involve property owned by Daniel Hartung, the applicant, and I'll note his agent, attorney Ann Hass-LaRue with Winthrop and Weinstein, and Mr. Hartung and attorney Hass-LaRue are both here today, and I'm sure will want to present and, or answer questions of the board as this item proceeds. I'll note that the property in question is located at 260 Cove Road in the town of Troy and is within the Lower St. Croix Riverway Overlay District. And just a quick synopsis of the request. There are variances as follows. A variance to allow decks, patios, walkways, stairs, retaining walls, and railings located less than 40 feet from the bluff line pursuant to section 17.36 G5B of our Code of Ordinances. And the next variance, it would be to allow the total footprint of accessory structures within a slope preservation zone or within the bluff line setback to exceed 500 square feet. And a third variance is to allow portions of decks and railings, there would also be other improvements. I should note, I think the way this was advertised, including walkways and patio and driveway less than 25 feet from side lot lines. And lastly, on the variances would be a variance to allow non-conforming accessory structures to be altered or expanded in a slope preservation zone. Also, there are 3 conditional use permit requests, and one of those would be to authorize after the fact modifications to a lift. Basically, the top location of the lift was moved slightly back from the dwelling. It was closer to the backside of the house and was moved a little bit towards the river on that request. The second conditional use would be for after-the-fact approval of structural erosion control measures within a slope preservation zone. I just note this would include a series of retaining walls and some rock riprap to prevent erosion where stormwater outlets would drain stormwater from the impervious surface associated with the property. The final conditional use permit would be for an after-the-fact approval of filling and grading more than 10,000 square feet outside of a slope preservation zone. I just note that included with the staff report are application submittals provided by the applicant. We have not received comment from the town of Troy, and like the other items on the agenda, we did receive a last minute comment from the comment letter from the Mike Wentholz with the Wisconsin DNR. I can address that letter a little further into the presentation when I get to a slide that references it. And I'd note also that we included an attachment, a copy of an as-built plan that was submitted with the application, but has been modified by our staff to highlight site improvements, retaining walls, and stormwater management structures features subject to the variances and CUPs that staff, as part of the recommendation, are recommending be allowed to be retained by the applicant. And we wanted to have some kind of visual that would differentiate the limited improvements that staff believe should be considered for being allowed to be kept versus many of the other improvements which, as I get into our recommendations, would we would feel would not be consistent with our criteria for variance or CUP approval. To explain this a little further, because I think a little bit of background is needed here, the request for the after-the-fact conditional use permits and after-the-fact variances are a result of extensive improvements to the property of the applicant, Daniel Hartung, that went beyond work that had been authorized under a land use permit, specifically Land Use Permit 2018-013, that authorized the following work. And just a brief description of what was authorized in 2018: reconstruction of an existing residence, replacement of an existing septic system, and construction of a new compliant detached garage. Minimal filling and grading will occur according to that permit approval. The foundation of the principal structure, it noted, was not to be reconstructed. No retaining walls or walkways are to be reconstructed. I do have on the following slide a site map that indicates the approved plan for that land use permit. I'd further note before I get to that modifications and/or expansion of the decks, patios, walkways, driveway, lift, and stormwater improvements and structural erosion control measures, such as retaining walls, were constructed without proper zoning approvals. Most of the additional improvements, beyond those which were authorized under the 2018 land use permit, do not comply with various setback or other prescriptive requirements set forth in the Riverway Overlay District regulations. The conditional use permit and variance applications the Board of Adjustments being asked to consider would allow the existing site improvements that had been authorized back in 2018 to be retained. In addition, would include further modification of Mr. Hartung's stormwater management system. Well, what he's proposing would, he's asking everything that's been built to be allowed to remain, plus some modification to the stormwater system to allow some additional stormwater storage to be constructed underneath a portion of the existing driveway as it now exists. Yeah, I think there may be a typo. Yeah, I think it should be to the 2018 permit. Pardon me, Mr. Chair. The 2018 land use permit that site plan that I referred to previously, I'm just pulling up this slide to, you can see the permit called for remodeling the existing dwelling to construct a new detached garage, which also has some space, habitable space located above, and it kept the existing driveway as is, existing walkways, existing decks on the back and side of the house, and existing patio. And as you can see, there were retaining walls in place at that time. There was kind of a rock boulder kind of surround where these flared retaining walls exist. And there were also some retaining walls along the back or where the lift came up. And then all the way up what I'll call the downstream side lot line or south side lot line as well. And there was a stormwater improvement proposed, including establishment of a rain garden on this portion of the site near where the new building was to be constructed. Okay. I have another drawing here that indicates approximate bluff line and a minimum 40-foot setback. And these are submittals that were either part of the 2018 land use permit or part of the submittals for the variance requests and CUP requests that you're considering today. This drawing shows the dwelling footprint prior to remodeling, and the actual footprint of the dwelling itself wasn't changing with this. The majority of the dwelling is located within the 40-foot setback from bluff line, and I'd note that portions of the existing dwelling, driveway, decks, patios, walkways, encroach within the minimum 25-foot side yard setback, and those are denoted on this site map as well for your interest. I'll follow up with a copy of an as-built drawing that was prepared when staff became aware of that improvements had exceeded what was permitted under the 2018 land use permit. There was quite a bit of communication with Mr. Hartung. There was follow-up to a erosion event that occurred in 2020, and that led to basically a requirement from staff that a as-built drawing be prepared so we could get a handle on what improvements had been constructed beyond what was permitted in the 2018 land use permit. And so that's essentially what this drawing shows, what's out there today and what you will see when you go out for your site visit. It includes retaining walls, decks, patios, walkways, and a driveway expansion and modification of the lifts that were not proposed or approved under the 2018 land use permit. Many of the additional improvements encroach within required setbacks, whether it's the side yard setback of 25 feet, whether it's the 40-foot from top of bluff setback, or actually encroach within the slope preservation zone within the bluff actually. And I would note also that retaining walls, patios, decks, and stairs have been extended an additional, based on my measurement from the documents provided by the applicant, an additional 17 to 20 feet into the slope preservation zone towards the river. And I would note that on some of the drawings included in the packet, you would be able to see that the structures fall well beyond the 200-foot setback from the ordinary high water mark. So that issue doesn't come into play in your consideration. But as I've illustrated, many of the existing dwelling, and as it's been remodeled, the current dwelling, and many of the improvements fall within the 40-foot minimum setback from the top of bluff, and also some of them are actually built within the slope preservation zone. Jumping back, there was a just background on this. There was a variance application submitted in 2018 to reconstruct an accessory structure in the 40-foot bluff line setback, deck, stairway, and spiral stairway that were part of the existing house at the time. At the time, staff determined that based on staff interpretation of the recently adopted Act 67, that the variance wasn't required and it was returned. Now later, it was determined that was probably an incorrect interpretation. However, a land use permit 2018-013 was issued, and again, I won't go through this description again, but this is the short description of what that land use permit authorized. Again, a little bit more background on this that I think is relevant. There was an erosion event, and I was corrected today by a neighboring property owner. I had noted it occurred in 2021, but I believe it was 2020. There were staff investigations that occurred in 2020 and into 2021 on sort of the impacts of a storm event and erosion. We do have some pictures which I can make available to you following my review of the staff report, depending on your preference and how your discussion goes. I'll note that there were communications with the applicant that continued all the way through early 2022 about how to resolve code compliance issues that have led to the various applications that you're considering today. Lack of progress in coming to some understanding of how to resolve the issues led to my issuance of 6 citations related to violations of various provisions of the Riverway Overlay regulations. Ongoing discussion with the applicant and his attorney included clarification of after-the-fact permitting options, and eventually led to submittal of the applications that you have before you today that were submitted on July 3rd of this year. I did note I have an extensive collection of photos, what the property looked like before, what it looks like afterwards. You, of course, will see when you do your site visit the after conditions, but I do have those photos available if there's a desire to reference them, and I may show you a few of them when I finish this presentation, just because I think it would give you useful context. I'd note that you are set to do a site visit when we break following my presentation, and for the public who may be here, it's my understanding that once you come back from the site visit, the applicant would be provided an opportunity to present their arguments for why their request should be approved, and you would open up the public hearing at that point. I wanted to highlight...
Actually, our previous process, which I think is a sound one for this case, is to hear from the applicant before we go out to look at the site. The theory being that we'll have a better sense of what to look for, what's in contention and what's not, if we have heard all the viewpoints before that. So then when we come back, there will be hardly any, if any, testimony. There might be a little testimony that relates to statements that members might make about what they observed and how it impacts their decision-making thought. But most of the input, all of it that we can anticipate, should be given to us before we go, so that we make an informed visit, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the public's interest, we have, since COVID, we have not been doing group site visits with the Board of Adjustment, and so current staff are getting used to how we handle it again. This slide I have up now is the exhibit I referenced at the beginning of this staff report that was a modified version of an as-built drawing that staff basically identified retaining walls, not all of the retaining walls, but most of the perimeter retaining walls and a retaining wall along the also the, I'll call it the inside of the driveway as opposed to the along the property line. And it also identifies a series of stormwater improvements, subsurface stormwater improvements, or a rock-filled trench that was part of stormwater improvements, and some essentially rip-wrapping rock down the slope, down the bluff on each side of the lot. We've identified these improvements as the improvements that were included in the applications that we feel as staff there's a basis for to say that they meet the criteria either for the applicable variances or conditional use permits, and you know it may be more problematic or detrimental to remove them as well than to leave some of them in place. I would say, however, that does not mean that some of these improvements, pending the board action and any ultimate outcome of this, if there's any challenge or litigation, it doesn't mean that these improvements won't have to be modified. For example, if some of the impervious, some or all of the extra impervious surface is changed, that may have to change the stormwater system and how the water management is handled. Just as an example. I will go on. Just to summarize, the applicant has constructed extensive site improvements beyond those which were authorized under the approved land use permit. Many of the site improvements, and I won't read the list, you can see it, but I'll say many of the site improvements do not comply with various prescriptive requirements set forth in Chapter 17.36. A limited portion of the site improvements that were not approved under the land use permit includes certain retaining walls and stormwater management improvement features that we believe meet the variance and or conditional use permit review criteria and would best be retained to avoid slope stability concerns, ongoing erosion and sedimentation issues, and to facilitate proper management of stormwater runoff. Other site improvements, including, again, the decks, patios, stairs, walkways, retaining walls, and driveway expansion that weren't authorized, staff believes should be removed, and the site should be restored to the greatest extent practical to conform with the site plan, again, approved in 2018. Proposed modifications to satisfy Board of Adjustment actions that you will take regarding these items will result in the need for redesign and modification of the site. And we're noting that the applicant has submitted a land use application accompanying the variance and conditional use permit request. Land use permit application 2023-023. Pending Board of Adjustment decisions, the submittal materials for this land use permit should be modified to reflect site plan changes dictated by Board of Adjustment decisions. I won't read through these requirements, but I have referenced on this slide the applicable statutes and criteria that the Board of Adjustment may need to needs to consider when issuing a variance to dimensional standards. That extends on to the following slide. As is customary, we reference criteria that come from the state through a Wisconsin Supreme Court ruling. The following 3 criteria: there must be a unique property limitation preventing strict compliance with the ordinance. The applicant must prove an unnecessary hardship exists when compliance would be unreasonably prevent the owner from using the property for a permitted purpose or would render conformity with such restrictions unnecessarily burdensome. And a variance may not be granted which results in harm to public interest. Public interest should be derived from the spirit and intent of the ordinance. Also within our Riverway Overlay District regulations, we have criteria for considering variances. And they're included on this slide, the bullet points referenced here. I'm not going to read through each of these. You can see them on the slide, and the Board of Adjustment, of course, is familiar with them since you've dealt with many variance requests within the Riverway Overlay District. I'd note also that the ordinance states that in granting a variance, the Board of Adjustment may prescribe appropriate conditions and safeguards which are in conformity with the purpose of the chapter, and violations of any conditions and safeguards when made a part of the terms under which a variance is granted shall be deemed a violation of the chapter. Since we also have 3 conditional use permit requests, I've included a slide that includes the criteria that the Board of Adjustment uses in the Riverway Overlay District when considering conditional use permit requests. And again, I won't read each of these 4 criteria. If there are any questions regarding them, I can certainly explain. And your options regarding the 7 different applications that you're being asked to consider are to approve, deny, or table and postpone, and you would want to stipulate findings to support your decisions. Before I give an overview of the recommended findings of fact for both the variance request and the conditional use, I'm going to actually jump back to the letter that was just received today from the Wisconsin DNR from Mike Wentholz. And Mr. Chair, I could, if you would like, I could read this letter into the record if you believe that's necessary and appropriate. Or at least the portion of it that a copy was provided to the applicant. Okay. I think down towards the bottom of the first page where it starts, the Board of Adjustment is to ensure. Would that? Oh, very good. Mr. Wentholz states, the Board of Adjustment is to ensure that all 3 statutory standards for granting of a variance are met for each request. Further, a variance is to be for the minimum relief necessary. The department does not believe the applicant's narrative demonstrates meeting all 3 required criteria for being granted a variance for any of the requests. In particular, the department supports St. Croix County staff, the staff report, and recommends removal of all decks, patios, stairs, and walkways not specifically authorized under the land use permit granted to the applicant in 2018. However, regarding the already installed retaining walls and other concrete, if the applicant can demonstrate meeting all three variance criteria for any of the requests, the department recommends the board consider whether or not the variance request represents the minimum relief necessary. In so doing, it is conceivable that some retaining walls and other concrete may be deemed minimally necessary and remain, while others are not and may be required to be removed. And regarding the CUP request, Mr. Wentholz goes on to state, the department's only comment is to ensure all the standards and conditions of he references the three ordinance provisions that each of the requests were subject to under the three CUP applications, basically that all requirements of, in general, the St. Croix County Lower St. Croix Riverway Overlay District ordinance are met. And if they cannot be met, they should be denied. And that was essentially Mr. Wentholz's comments we received this morning. What staff have done with this within the staff report is we've consolidated findings of fact and conclusions of law for the 4 variances, and have another set of findings for the 3 conditional use permits. We go on to reference separate actions for each of the 7 items with recommended action. That way, if your view would differ on any of them, you wouldn't have to be pulling it out of a broader staff recommendation. But let me touch on the findings of fact for the variances first. As is customary, we included some basic information regarding the application, and I won't read through that. We note the 4 variance requests, and again, I won't read through that since I've already gone through that with you. I would suggest, based on what was in the staff report, that we would now be referencing in the findings the DNR comments that I just read through. And we have not received anything from the town of Troy on this. Getting into these findings a little further, the modification of the various improvements that were added without zoning approvals, we're noting they were constructed without zoning approvals. Most of the additional improvements beyond those that were authorized do not comply with various setback or other prescriptive requirements, such as what may or may not be constructed within a slope preservation zone. And to qualify for the requested variances, the applicant has the burden of proof to demonstrate that all 3 requirements defined in state statutes are met. And regarding unnecessary hardship, what staff has included in these draft findings for your consideration, the applicant has not demonstrated unnecessary hardship to offer justification for many of the site improvements constructed without required zoning approvals. This would include expansion of the driveway, walkways, decks, patios, stairs, and some of the retaining walls. These features may make the subject property more desirable, but were not necessary for use and to use and enjoy the property for residential purposes. Some of the retaining walls that have been constructed without required zoning approvals do legitimately serve a structural erosion control purpose. And those are what I identified in that Exhibit 5, the highlighted versions of improvements that staff believe the board should consider allowing to remain. And we note that requiring removal of them would constitute unnecessary hardship. The stormwater management improvements also highlighted in Exhibit 5 also meet the unnecessary hardship criteria, but may have to be modified if the resulting Board of Adjustment actions require some of the constructed site improvements to be modified or removed. Regarding unique property limitations, the subject property does have limited buildable site area above the top of the bluff, and does slope down from Cove Road, presenting some stormwater management challenges. However, the applicant had been issued a land use permit allowing for remodeling of the dwelling, construction of a detached garage, sanitary system, and stormwater management improvements. The applicant significantly departed from approved plans and constructed extensive improvements that are not in conformance with the various provisions of Chapter 17.36. I would just note for the board that the application materials, including the answers to the various questions in the variance application form and the addendums, as well as the answers to the questions on the conditional use permit application forms, along with a summary letter provided by the applicant and the applicant's attorney. They do make the arguments that the applicant believes should be sufficient to justify the approvals of the variances and the conditional use permits to allow all of the improvements to be retained. As I'm alluding to in these findings, staff feels that the applicable criteria for variances and conditional use permits are only met with a limited amount of the improvements that were constructed outside of what was allowed under the approved land use permit. Getting back down to the criteria of no harm to public interest, the request, staff believes, only partially meets the intent of the Riverway Overlay District. Accessory structures have been expanded significantly both within the minimum 40 feet setback from the top of the bluff and within the slope preservation zone. This is inconsistent with the goals of protecting the slope preservation zone to limit aesthetic environmental impacts, environmental concerns such as erosion and sedimentation. A significant erosion event did occur during construction of the improvements, and it affected both the Hartung property and the property owned by the Coxlians next door. We've had regular interaction and input with that neighbor regarding concerns, both what happened with that erosion event a couple years ago now, and also what ongoing issues may occur based on the work that's been, the construction that's occurred on the Hartung property. Those concerns include bluff stability and the fact that surrounding properties could be impacted in the long term based on the work that's been done. The extensive impervious surface resulting from the constructed improvements, as well as the significant encroachment into the required setback and slope preservation zone, increase the potential for erosion and sedimentation issues and could impact the stability of the bluff. These potential consequences could negatively impact property values if not mitigated. I just add, a lot of weight has been put at the top or into that slope preservation zone with the extensive amount of retaining walls and other hard improvements that have been added in that area. Further, regarding the variance criteria in the from the Riverway Overlay District regulations, in respect to granting, extending, or increasing any use prohibited, that's not really an issue. The residential use is a permitted use in the rural residential zone and is something that can be allowed. So that really isn't an issue. Being granted for a hardship based solely on an economic gain or loss, it's staff belief that these improvements were not done specifically with the intent of economic gain or loss. However, there have been extensive improvements to this property that went beyond what was permitted, and they certainly add to the value of the property if they were to remain. In terms of being granted for a hardship which is self-created, well, the applicant had an approved permit and proceeded to construct numerous non-compliant improvements without consulting with the Community Development Department. We believe the hardship, in this case, much of it was self-created. Some of those retaining walls, there were previous retaining walls that existed in many of the locations where they were replaced. So I think that's what falls into a different category. And the stormwater improvements, the stormwater does have to be managed. It would have been appropriate and preferred if the applicant had worked with the county on modifying stormwater plans if they were wanting to do something different than what was approved in 2018. In respect to damaging the rights or property values of other persons, again, I alluded to there wasn't one erosion event. There is concerns that have been expressed from at least one abutting property owner of slope stability. And we note that the construction of the improvements within the 40-foot bluffline setback and within the slope preservation zone, that's what could cause impacts potentially to other property owners, especially the immediately abutting properties, if in the long run the bluff is destabilized. The last two criteria we think are not applicable with this request. Next, I have a series of 4 recommendations, one for each variance. And there is redundancy in conditions on these, so I'll try to keep this as tight in terms of referencing what I think you need to know as I can here. First, regarding variance request 2023-010, we note that if the board can make necessary findings to support the variance request, the board may consider granting a portion of the request, would be our recommendation, to allow specific retaining walls and stormwater management related improvements within the 40-foot bluffline setback area to exceed 500 square feet. And we further reference that the decks, patios, stairs, driveways, and walkways not authorized under the land use permit 2018-013 shall be removed, and pre-existing conditions shall be restored to the greatest extent possible with the following conditions. And we note that the applicant's land use permit, the application they've submitted, shall be revised as follows. Specific retaining walls and stormwater management improvements identified in Exhibit 5 of the packet which is the as-built plan submitted with the CUP 2023-017 application, with improvements to allow allowed to remain highlighted, or as otherwise identified by the Board of Adjustment. Any proposed modifications to retaining walls or stormwater management improvements required due to removal or modification of other site improvements shall be negotiated with Community Development Department staff and set forth as conditions associated with Land Use Permit Application 2023-025. The applicant would be required to gain all other necessary permits from the, specifically that could mean building permits from the town of Troy or any other state or federal permits if applicable. But probably it's building permits may come into play. The rest of the conditions on this variance tend to be our standard conditions, and so I'm not going to read through specifically 3 through 6. And again, on the other recommendations for the other variance, is a lot of that info is redundant, so I'll be specific on each one of these other ones. Staff and staff finds that the variance request 2023-011 also only partially meets the ordinance and statutory criteria. And again, we're recommending that if the board is comfortable with the findings to support variance requests, that the board consider granting a portion of the request to allow specific retaining walls and stormwater improvements to remain within the slope preservation zone in this case, and that the other improvements as referenced in this verbiage not authorized under Land Use Permit 2018-013 shall be removed, and pre-existing conditions shall be restored to the greatest extent possible. And by pre-existing conditions, again, we're alluding to what was authorized under that 2018 land use permit. Specifically here under the conditions, again, we have the similar condition that based on modifications that may have to occur, that those can be negotiated and set forth as conditions under the land use permit that has been submitted, but we haven't acted on it yet based on your pending decisions on these CUPs and variances. After that, the rest of these conditions tend to be our standard conditions, so I won't go through them on this recommendation. The next variance, 2023-012, again, also only, in the view of staff, only partially meets the ordinance and statutory criteria, and with proposed conditions. And if the board, again, is comfortable with the findings, then the board may consider granting a portion of the request, again, to allow specific retaining walls and stormwater management related improvements, in this case to remain 25 feet from side lot lines. However, decks, patios, stairs, driveway, and walkways not authorized under Land Use Permit 2018-013 shall be removed, and pre-existing conditions shall be restored to the greatest extent possible. And again, we have condition number 1 relates to the required changes being reflected in a modified site plan that'll be submitted with part of the Land Use Permit 2023-025 application. And the rest of the conditions, again, are redundant from the prior recommendations on the prior variances. The last of the variances, variance 2023-013. This involves the granting, what staff recommends anyways, is granting a portion of the request to allow specific retaining walls and stormwater management related improvements to remain within 40 feet of the top of the bluff. And also that the other improvements, the decks, patios, stairs, walkways, not authorized under the 2018 land use permit, again, would have to be removed and pre-existing conditions restored to the greatest extent possible. These conditions are redundant to the prior variances, so I won't read through them again. But can answer any questions you may have. Going on to the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the recommended by staff for the 3 conditional use permit applications. I've already reviewed what these conditional use permit requests are for and what ordinance provisions, so I won't read through that. And I would note, again, we have a requirement that ties back to the land use permit application that's been submitted, and that any changes involving improvements governed under the land use permits would have to be modified and negotiated and resulting in a revised site plan submitted with the land use permit. I would like to call out that staff is comfortable that the modifications to the existing lift, and this is under conditional use permit application 2023-019, that they are in conformance with the applicable ordinance provision 17.36 F3A3, and so that one we would recommend approval for, and I'll get to that when I go through the staff recommendations. I'll note that the DNR comment that I read through earlier in this presentation should now replace this provision, this sentence that we didn't have any comments from DNR. And we have not received comments on this from the town of Troy. Further into our findings, that specifically that no grant of a conditional use permit shall violate the spirit or general intent of the chapter. We think the modifications to the lift were constructed consistent with the spirit and intent of Chapter 17.36. We note that specific retaining walls and stormwater improvements as identified in the BOA packet Exhibit 5 that were constructed without authorization generally are consistent with the spirit and intent of Chapter 17.36. And we note that various expansions of the decks, patios, walkways, stairs, retaining walls, and driveway do not meet the intent of Chapter 17.36, and these site improvements encroach into required setbacks or the slope preservation zone and exacerbate the requirements for stormwater management and erosion and sediment control. In addition, they increase aesthetic impacts during leaf-off conditions, and I don't know how much, it's a little hard to gauge that issue. We do have some photographs with leaf-on conditions, and frankly, you don't see a whole lot of the house or other improvements. But there's been a lot of construction with the 2 tiers of retaining walls and raised sort of mid-level patio that was constructed, and there are definitely some visual impacts to the neighboring property when it comes to that. I'd note further that regarding the criteria that no conditional use shall be allowed which would be contrary to public health, safety, or general welfare, or would be substantially adverse to property values in the neighborhood. The significant encroachment of site improvements into the required yard setbacks and minimum setback from the top of bluff and into the slope preservation zone create potential for slope instability and additional erosion and sedimentation concerns, and could impact public health, safety, and general welfare, and could impact property values in the neighborhood. The extent of improvements on this property are not consistent with what is customary within the Riverway Overlay District is I guess, a general observation I would make. And lastly, I just note regarding the board shall apply standards set forth in other sections of the ordinance which apply to particular classes of conditional use. The resulting actions on submitted CUP and variance applications may result in the need for modifications to the stormwater management system. And confirmation of compliance with structure color requirements will be a requirement addressed under the land use permit as well. At that, I'll try to finish up here with the three staff recommendations for each of the three conditional use permits. And again, there's some redundancy here, so I'll keep it as short as I can. If you're comfortable with the findings, given that it's a partial approval or frankly mostly denial for the requested actions, the board on 2023-017, the board may consider granting a portion of the request to allow specific retaining walls and stormwater improvements constructed within the slope preservation zone to be allowed to remain. Otherwise, the other improvements, the decks, patio, stairs, constructed outside, constructed should be in the slope preservation zone and not authorized under LUP 2018-013 shall be removed and pre-existing conditions shall be restored to the greatest extent possible. And we've included a condition that indicates that those modifications would be made as part of the land use permit process, and that other site improvements shall be modified to conform with land use permit 2018-013. At that, the other conditions here are standard conditions, which I will not detail for you. The second of the CUPs, 2023-018, this involves authorization after the fact for the filling and grading and of more than 10,000 square feet outside of a slope preservation zone. A lot of the work that involved expanding the driveway, walkways, patio areas, decks, that sort of stuff. And we're saying here that the decks, patio, stairs, walkways, and driveway not authorized under land use permit 2018-013 shall be removed and pre-existing conditions shall be restored to the greatest extent possible. Again, I won't read through it. We have the same redundant conditions as we referenced under the recommendation for the last CUP, and our standard conditions in 2 through 4 on here. And the last one is 2023-019, and this is addressing the CUP for the modification of the lift. And this is the one we feel is appropriate and we would recommend approval. We believe it's been modified in conformance with the applicable ordinance standards, and we have 3 standard conditions. This is a little different with not as much detail as we might normally include with a lift CUP. first of all, it was a fairly minor modification, and it's already been done and in place. What I would tell you on this is that the patio area, which provides access to the lift, could end up having to be modified based on your actions on the other items. And so we would have to work with the applicant on that. And again, that would probably be governed by modifying their land use permit application that they've submitted as far as staff views it. At that, I can field questions that the board may have now or later. I also have a variety of photographs, but since I've been going quite a while, I would ask you, if you're interested in seeing photographs of views from the river or what the property looked like before the improvements, I can pull those up and just run through the photos if you're interested in that, but I'll defer to your judgment.
When you talk about, excuse me, when you talk about renewal, pardon me, when you talk about removal, isn't that a problem with erosion then? I mean, if it's not eroding now and you start removing things, don't you run the risk of causing erosion?
Well, therein lies the challenge with this. There was extensive impervious surface as well as additional decks that wouldn't have been permitted under the various prescriptive requirements that I've briefed you on. But of course, that impervious surface created a great demand for stormwater management. And so you have a very sophisticated system that was built that went beyond what was approved by the county in 2018. You'll notice there's a significant subsurface drainage system, a number of catch basins, routing the water to have it drain down the bluff and on each side of the property where the bluff drops down from where the improvements were constructed. And if all that extra impervious surface wasn't built, in all likelihood, you wouldn't have needed as sophisticated a stormwater system. I would note we have had this project reviewed by our stormwater consultant, Stantec, and what they found, the applicant's engineer, Stevens Engineers, did a review, and they found that there's additional stormwater storage required. So part of this proposal includes constructing another stormwater retention area underneath part of the existing driveway. So what I'm getting at with this is that the need for a sophisticated water management system was created by all these improvements which weren't allowed under our ordinance requirements. And yes, if you're removing pavement or other structures, there's implications of that. There would be a lot of fill that was brought in to be removed, as an example. And the challenge of managing that during construction or demolition, as the case may be, will be challenging. Part of the reason staff is recommending that the perimeter retaining walls be kept in place is to limit some of those concerns. And I realize that before you're done with your deliberations, there may be some back and forth about what should be kept and maybe what should be removed. But that's our perspective on that from a staff standpoint. We think that it's really hard to justify that the hardship and the various variance criteria or CUP criteria are met for all of the improvements that were done that exceeded the 2018 permit.
I have one other comment. You talked about the spot being unstable. I realize this is built out kind of on a pedestal. What kind of soil is underneath it? Is that sand?
Yeah, we don't have soils data or borings, results of borings where those retaining walls were done. The applicant may be able to reflect on that, and that's part of the challenge here. We didn't get to look at it before it was built.
What makes you think it might be unstable?
Well, I personally have been dealing with regulating development on blufflands since 1998, and I've dealt with many situations where improvements were done, whether legally or not legally, at the edge of bluffs, and it's a cause for concern. What I see, literally the amount of weight that all of that concrete, all of those retaining walls, those concrete patios, portions of deck that were built not in compliance with the setback, but actually into the slope preservation zone, is a cause for concern. Hey, without some review by a structural engineer or a qualified civil engineer, I don't know that we can say for certain that there's an imminent danger. But there's a reason why the improvements are required to be kept out of the slope preservation zone. And a lot of it has to do with slope stability and the potential for erosion and sedimentation issues.
I want to do the site visit, and then I'll be able to have some questions.
Yeah, I'm sure we all do, yeah. The applicant's attorney has offered to rip-wrap along the beach line, and you haven't commented on that.
Yeah.
I assume that
Yeah.
you reached the conclusion that would do nothing to stabilize the slope above.
Well-
Or what were you thinking?
There may be a need to rip-wrap along the beach, but that's to protect against either runoff that's coming down the slope or wave action current from the river. The immediate neighbor, Mr. Coxline, did such a project on his property, for example. So I'm not suggesting that there may not be merit or need for that, but I don't know that that's going to be a safeguard against instability from what's been built at the top of the bluff into the slope preservation zone.
You're agreeing with me then?
And realize we are recommending that some of that structure be kept, just so that, in all honesty, if you took it all out, you have to do something. You can't leave it alone, or it for certain would erode.
So start again. The DNR letter summarizes your position that all decks, patios, stairs, and walkways that were not specifically authorized should be removed. Okay, that's fairly straightforward as to what your position is. Is the diagram with the yellow highlighting that's packet page 311, is that your summary of what should be done with retaining walls and the like?
It is, and what I would suggest, though, Mr. Chair and Board, when you conduct your site visit, and you can see the tiers of retaining walls that were constructed back into the bluff, you know, you may reach a different conclusion on what you think should be removed or should remain. It's going to be a lot of it would be a lot of demolition and you know, invasive project to remove it. I think where I fall on this, and I think I believe Mr. Wentholz with the DNR as well. We did have a brief conversation with him yesterday before he submitted his comments. The retaining walls into the slope preservation zone were extended out, as I alluded to in my presentation, about 20 feet further into the slope preservation zone than what it was before. That created additional usable area for patio decks, or there was a raised patio that abuts the Kotzland property. All of that stuff wouldn't have been allowed, wouldn't have met setback, and essentially additional usable site areas created by building into the slope preservation zone. And we can't condone that, and can't see how that would meet the variance criteria or CUP criteria as well.
Are you advocating the removal of some driveway?
Yes.
I don't see a plan for that.
Well,
simply
let me refer back.
Or are you basically saying only the dimensions of the driveway that were previously approved?
Previously approved. That what was shown on the 2018 land use permit, which was actually what had existed previously, and it is significantly less.
Now, the applicant's attorney takes the position that expansion of the driveway was in part necessary in order to create what I'll call a turning radius, or an appropriate way to get into the garage that had been approved. Have you addressed that?
In our comments we received from Stantec, and we just got these comments back a couple days ago, and just were able to review them. But they actually did consider that issue, and it's their view that the driveway referenced in the 2018 land use permit provided sufficient ability to negotiate and access the new garage that was constructed. And so that's from our, I guess, consulting engineers.
From our engineers. What about the argument that is made that that extension of the driveway is an appropriate part of surface water management?
Again, our
Same answer?
stormwater consultant would disagree with that, and I think our staff does too. First of all, you would have more permeable surface that, and there would be the ability to do other kinds of stormwater management features, additional rain gardens, bioretention ponds, if you want to consider it, if needed. What this is doing is, with all this impervious surface, it's creating a demand for the sophisticated stormwater system that was constructed. And we just can't understand the logic to that, or do not agree with it, and nor does our stormwater consultant.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask one, or follow up with one question. Mr. Nickum had brought up about what kind of soil was there, and Jared here did pull up. It's a sandy loam soil, and it is considered highly erodible. And then the slopes are typically between 12 and 35%. So that's the actual soil type of the site. So.
Thank you, thank you. That's useful assumption. That's based on the countywide soil survey, I guess, with periodic sampling along sampling lines and that kind of approach.
Correct. That's where that information comes from. Do we know if it's really accurate? No, but it's close.
Yeah, yeah.
It can be real variable on those bluffs.
Mhm. On the one hand, water soaks into it nicely. On the other hand, it gets unstable when it's wet. Yeah. Okay, other questions at this point? All right. Good. Then let's hear from the applicant and the applicant's agents and people who would like to, I don't know, how I don't want to characterize it. You do it. You probably disagree with the staff suggestion in some respects and want to point those out. Give us your views.
Thank you, board members. Thank you, staff. Ann Hasselrud, agent for Dan Hartong. I will do my best not to recap what I have already put in written submissions and what has been talked about here. I know this has been a long day. A bit of context that, again, just to summarize some of the things in the written submissions for the record. Contrary to, I think, the assumptions people may make about why these improvements were made, when Mr. Hartong made these improvements, the stability of his house, preventing erosion, were top of mind. I think you will see, and you can hear from Mr. Hartong and in our written submissions, overbuilding is, I guess, kind of the layman's term that I would use to describe the improvements that he constructed. Everything was designed with that in mind. The impervious surface, yes, creates a need for stormwater management, but it wasn't to create more patios. That wasn't the reason for the impervious surface. That allows you to manage water to prevent further erosion of retaining walls, similar to what Mr. Hartong found when he purchased the property and went to rebuild. It helps avoid flooding at the house, which was a problem previously. We're talking about the stability. I know we don't have all the facts in terms of the stability of the soil. With the impervious surface protecting it, it is not going to absorb that water. And so that was the thinking behind a lot of the improvements, and it was not to create more patio space, which I understand is kind of the notion. You'll see at the site that the slopes of the patios are very intentionally designed to flow to the stormwater management system, to the drains, so that the water can be controlled. Prior to the reconstruction, 100% of the water from that site went down that bluff. Now, I think the number is more like 60% based on the stormwater rain garden, and that flows then underneath the holding retention pond, and then I believe out to the street eventually. These were thoughtful.
Where did you get that 60%? Sorry, but this is probably the point to add.
I believe it's in the
Is that in the
Stevens.
Stevens report?
I believe it's in the Stevens report.
Probably in the narrative that they did, like they had
Yeah.
they had a sort of a stormwater modeling, and then they had some narrative, I believe.
Yeah. Yes. And
So-
again, sorry.
So there's probably more water to be dealt with, but 60% of it, the amount of it heading toward the river directly
Is
is
less.
reduced, is your position.
Yes. Agreed.
Okay.
And I guess to back up even further, again, this is in the submissions, but the slope of the street, the pitch of it, pitches water towards the house. Prior to reconstruction, an inch or more of rainfall resulted in flooding at the front door because of the way water directed. That is part of the reason in the land use permit application back in 2018, the applicant was permitted to add 2 to 3 courses of concrete to the existing foundation. That change in height changed a lot of things with this site. it changed the grade and the need for kind of the sidewalks and the walkways that are at issue here. The other issue, the big issue, was the retaining walls, that particularly the ones that extended around the perimeter of the property. Those were made of wood railroad ties and were rotting. Those were replaced with stone, which is not as susceptible to the erosion that happens with the wood rail ties. And I would like the record to reflect, I know Mike is working with imperfect facts in terms of the retaining walls that are into that 40-foot bluff line. That was previously a 2-tiered retaining wall. So it is 3 tiers now, but it was previously 2-tiered. And so I think it extended further perhaps than the 2018 land use permit reflected.
Why do you think that?
Mr. Hartung can attest to that based on
He believes
the
that?
rebuilding.
Do we have any pictures?
I could pull up some pictures that somewhat show this if you would like. I could certainly do that.
Will they support the position that Mr. Hartung did not extend the retaining walls?
Sorry, I should clarify. It was extended, just not 17 to 20 feet. And it was 2 tiers, not a single wall. It was extended, just not the extent. And I can kind of explain why. I mean, it's consistent with the issue that we face now, which is that in order to repair rather than remove and then replace, Mr. Hartung added a new wall. So by definition, yes, it was extended to add that. It was continuously compacted and then reinforced with geogrid, and then a stone wall instead of the wood railroad ties. So those wood railroad ties still exist. That, like, the initial retaining wall was not taken out.
Not to interject, but
No.
I just say that we were looking at different site plans that were at different level of detail, and then rather grainy aerial photos that there was a lot of measures to hold back that slope, but it was a little hard to determine what they were. So
Yes.
we just want an accurate reflection, whatever that may be.
Yes, agreed. Yes, I think other points, and I'll take more questions as well, but a few other points. So I guess in terms of the unnecessary hardship, we disagree that it was self-created, I think because we disagree about what the unnecessary hardship was. In our view, the unnecessary hardship was the flooding of the water or the flooding of the home that happened due to the pitch, the rotting retaining walls that were not stable for that house. The improvements flowed from that need, and that was really the justification when constructing those improvements.
So you disagree that the permit that was given in 2018 would have cured those problems?
Correct. I don't think because the permit, if I recall correctly, did not address the retaining walls in an adequate way. It addressed the concrete block, but really did not get into the walkways that then needed, once you've done that, what then needs to happen with the on-site improvements.
I don't believe it called
That
for
seemed
reconstructing those, Mr. Chair.
It did not call for, but certainly a surface water management analysis was done in 2018. We wouldn't have approved it with the knowledge that
Well,
it was going to have
it was done
water.
through a land use permit and not a,
Okay. But
it wasn't acted on by this board.
But in any event, the staff would have looked at surface water amount and direction of flow, wouldn't they?
There was, the rain garden feature was a component of that plan, for example, but not the more extensive subsurface collection system.
Indeed. I'm just trying to get at, had the work been done as it was planned to be in 2018, would there have been a problem with water pooling against the house?
Well, I think, and I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I think what happened is, once they got into the project, they found the foundation had to be changed, even though that land use permit said it wasn't going to be changed or couldn't be changed. And the county wasn't consulted with, and that's why we're addressing this after the fact now.
Well, it kind of shakes my faith to think that the county approved plans with reason to know, with information available to it, that there would be water running up against the house.
Well, that concern wasn't identified by the applicant during that process. I wasn't here at the time, but that's
Yeah,
my understanding,
no,
of course.
yeah. I was, but it didn't come before this board, you
Right.
said. Yeah, we had competent staff at that time, so I find it hard to believe that we failed so utterly to foresee a problem that would require the house to be raised in order to keep water from standing against it.
I guess I would, maybe one fact, the land use permit does permit the house to be raised a bit. The existing foundation was kept intact, it was just added onto, and that the height of the structure was addressed in the land use permit. So I do suspect that was the intention behind that.
And then it's the position of your client that raising of the structure led to water pooling against the retaining walls and making them rot. Is that what I'm hearing?
The retaining walls were rotting at the time. It was more in the reconstructing of setting the grade. If you have an impervious surface, you can control the water to the stormwater management to the drains. So it slopes kind of away from the house and away from the retaining wall. So there are sort of two issues, I guess, in terms of the unnecessary hardship. The rotting retaining walls that needed to be replaced should not, I guess, our opinion is that it wouldn't be unreasonable to require to replace with something that is going to continuously fail. And that was, again, the justification for the improvements was then to create something that would last and could withstand significant rain events and significant rainfall and support the house that it does.
I'm not sure our toolkit includes a tool labeled failing retaining walls amount to hardship. The definition of hardship is just like you heard me flapping this today about a family that's got a giraffe for a pet and 3 elephants. We don't have a tool in our kit to deal with granting variances to solve problems of the occupants of the structure. I don't think we have in our toolkit a tool that deals with failing retaining walls being the hardship.
Is that not the slope of the bluff line requires retaining walls for it to be stable to support a home, which is the whole purpose of that property.
That would be a possibility. Yeah, in fact, retaining walls are specifically called out when they are there to solve erosion problems.
Yes, that would be our position. It is not about, the occupants or anything of that nature. Again,
Okay.
the thinking was really big picture to try to create a structure that served really the purposes of the zoning code in many ways in terms of preventing erosion, managing stormwater.
And all the patios, decks, and other impervious surface were there to manage surface water.
The impervious surface allows the water to be controlled.
Although it generates more of it, doesn't it?
It does, but again, to the point, what was previously there
I hear you.
went
All right.
100%.
Proceed.
I think the only other things, I guess, in terms of not contrary to the public interest, again, this was, Again, it is stated in our materials, but the,
Are you looking to show something specific?
no,
Okay, all right, I'll leave this alone. I have an awful lot of photos, and there's a desire to look at either what the house looked like before or any specific components. We can probably find it.
Well, really, the key thing is what are we going to do in the future? Not really so much what's in the past, I guess. When we get out there, will you be able to point at what you see
Yes.
as should be removed?
Yes, and
I'm just thinking ahead to the fact that we're subject to the open meeting law, and we don't want a lot of dialogue out there other than, help me, I'm falling. So for you to just point at things and say, this is what we had in the picture that you looked at earlier, this is the part that we recommend removing, this is the part that stays, that's the part of the driveway that should come out, that kind of thing, I think the site visit will be helpful for.
yes, I can certainly do that. And, you know, I maybe, Ms. Chair, you could clarify how open you would be to Mr. Hartung explaining or answering questions if there are questions on site, because he was very involved with the construction of it and knows it intimately.
Well, that's subject to the open meeting law too. If he's there and talking, then we need the opportunity for everybody else to be there, listening and hearing what's going on, I think. I'm assuming that this room isn't filled with only Hartung supporters, and there is the rest of the county out there that will be, reviewing the video of this sometime, and so the dialogue needs to be the absolute minimum.
Mr. Chair, we will have one of our staff members with you and that to take and be able to video and tape and actually record any conversation that goes on site, which then will be part of the file or the record as well.
Thank you. Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. Just a few closing points in terms of the public interest. Again, this is in the submissions, but Mr. Hartung does own the adjoining property to the east, which is at issue with some of the setback concerns, including the driveway setback. To the extent it would appease the board, a condition could be an easement. I know one of the things we discussed earlier was that the setback is primarily for life safety. I think that's probably not particularly practical in this setup, even before Mr. Hartung's improvements. That said, the driveway itself is probably, as expanded, a better access point for life safety. But to the extent an easement would give any comfort with respect to the open use of the setback and to make the neighboring property, if it were to ever not be Mr. Hartung, immediately aware of the issue.
That is a possible partial solution. We've generally tried to avoid that because buyers seem often to miss that when they're buying a piece of property, or they slough over that there's this easement, and they may be subject to gushes of water every once in a while. And then they come to the town or they come to the county and complain. How did you let me get into this situation, you know? So it's not a perfect solution. A better solution would be to merge the two properties, and then there would not be an issue at all. Then the side yard setback would be way over there.
Yeah, I'm guessing that creates all kinds of other zoning issues with two principal structures, but
Oh, there's already a house on that other one, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, no, we can't do that then.
Yeah.
Well, that remains a problem then. Is there any way to manage that stormwater go in that direction?
I actually think the position would be, and you'll see it for yourself, but I actually think it is managed by the retaining walls that were added there. And the driveway, yes, one of the justifications proposed for the driveway was the turn radius. The other justification was, again, similar to the position with respect to the impervious surface around the back and side, is that it again protects the retaining wall in terms of where the slope, and you'll see it where it meets the street, where the retaining wall, the slope tends to get steeper. And that's really where the driveway was built to. And again, there are storm drains on the driveway itself that are meant to control water and direct it to them.
So probably the easement would be the way to go then. You know, of the available options, that looks like the best.
And for what it's worth, there was a existing side yard setback issue there before.
Right.
I have no other specific comments. Any
Okay.
other questions from the
Do you have
board?
other experts to testify or other witnesses to put on for the applicant?
No, we do not.
I can say something.
Okay.
Just, I think in general, it's probably.
I think we'll need your name and address.
Oh, yep, Dan Hartung.
Oh, you're the man.
Yep. Address is 260 Cove Road.
Sure enough.
So, yeah, I think it's just a lot easier to explain something like this when you're physically looking at it, you know, and then explaining to my logic behind it. Kind of just backing up to, you know, why did I construct it, you know, all myself. When COVID hit, I had the building was built. We had a permit, a builder we hired. He got all the permitting accomplished for the building. When the job was done, he wasn't contracted to do the landscaping, but he had referred me to a contractor. When I asked him if all the permits had been closed and everything was complete, he stated yes. I said, all right, I'll take care of the landscaping. So then I contacted Hines, started to have discussion around landscaping. Due to COVID, he couldn't get his workforce across the border from Mexico. I was a little more fortunate. Mine had made it across prior to that. And so I myself, because these gentlemen had no training at all in building retaining walls, I built several in my lifetime. I brought them in with myself and we built the retaining walls. After that had occurred, at the end of that landscape job, we had about 7 to 10 inches of rain in about a 40-hour period, of which not only my property, Coxlean's property, probably, the Kinney River, all kinds of properties all over the area were damaged from that event, to the tune of the governor offering dollars to people for their damages and getting repairs for that storm. So that was kind of a catastrophic thing. And that's really just kind of the backstory of why I built this and why I built it the way I built it. Because even after that storm, I modified it yet again, because the original design, it showed just a rain pool, and similar to what the Coxleans have at their location. And when you get a heavy rain event, that overflows and it has to have somewhere to go. And in our original plan, we did it to their plan and it had nowhere to go. So it went down in between the buildings and wound up flowing on their side of the property and wound up flowing through. But the water that flowed there, quite frankly, we can show you when we get to site, their yard slopes to our yard. So all the water from the street slopes to their yard, and then from their yard across their yard, and then down through in between the two houses. So it's really rainwater from their yard is what was chasing down through there, as well as some of our yard, but most of our yard flows into this retention pond. So then we built a spillway so that if ever that were to occur again, it has a controlled spillway that has riprap to spread and slow the flow of that water to avoid erosion. I mean, every single thing that I built there is all in the spirit of avoiding erosion.
Questions for Mr. Hartung? No, thank you.
Yep.
Good. Anybody else want to speak in favor of our granting the permits that are requested? Anybody opposed? Okay, you, sir? You must be Mr. Coxline, that folks have been kind of pointing in your direction.
Get pretty popular at these sometimes. Yes, Tim Coxline, we are the homeowners to the lot that is located to the east. And I'll try to be brief, well, this is quite a project, and it's a difficult situation to have. I feel bad that it's gotten to, go through a massive construction project like this, and then to have things not work out quite so well. The remediation of the problem is going to be a big deal. I did get prepared I did review some of the information that was supplied by the county, as well as what was provided through the written statements that Dan and his team, council, had also provided. But I can take a few minutes here to kind of outline my ideas as to what my wife and I are very concerned about. I'd like to take that time.
Sure.
Initially, it's our request that the variance applications and the CUP be denied. There is going to have to be a tremendous amount of priority placed on our concerns, especially on the property owner, to perform the mediation and the major disruption to the slope preservation area and the subsequent grading and filling requirements in order to be able to deal with this problem. Gentlemen on the board pointed out importantly that this soil that we have on this bluff line is of sandy and loamy nature. An event took place, approximate time, 2005, on a property a couple of doors down from us to the east, where one of the neighbors at the time was just using a jackhammer on a small concrete patio in the back of the house that was facing the water. Within 20 minutes after beginning work, the entire hill slid, with a number of upwards of 12 trees in circumference of like this. And if you look at that property today, you will see it is pretty wide open for that 30 yards that it slid down. And those very large trees have all gathered at the bottom. They all slid straight down like a normal landslide would occur.
Approximately what street address would that be?
That would be on 270, I believe, 270
North
Cove Road.
Cove?
Yes. The current owners, Kevin Anderson, and the prior owners at the time, it was not the current owner that had this experience. Took a tremendous amount, and all of us that have been in the Cove for many years are quite familiar with what that disruption occurred or caused.
Mm-hmm.
So, taking a step back, construction of this property that is next door that the Hartungs pursued was generally completed about 3 years ago. And during this time, I think we've been ghosted as to what is going on, and have been extremely concerned about having another rain event that similar to the one that occurred in June, the end of June in 2020, that caused the major erosion on our property. I had taken a look at data, and I'll share some of this here in a moment, but so we're very concerned, and during this time we haven't seen any prioritization on the urgency of getting this work fixed, and the deadlines of the submittals and so on. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We know that happens, and these infractions are certainly quite egregious, and I know that the timeline is in place because of the opportunity to give the owner a chance to be able to offer remediation ideas and maybe to get that to be handled. But our main concern is including the inadequate experience that we haven't had an engineer, for example, review prior to construction, that we have adequate expertise, be able to perform according to best practices for the slope preservation area and the entirety of the lot, that this work that is going to be required for remediation has to have some oversight somewhere of a professional that is, or multiple professionals to be able to move through it.
Question over to Mr. Wozniak. You have the Stantec firm on standby if you need engineering advice, right?
Correct. And
You would-
and of course, as at least the way it was laid out in our recommendation, if the land use permit application materials would have to be modified, you know, there could be a requirement that those are prepared by a registered engineer as well.
Yeah. and
On
we-
their side, you know.
And we have a mechanism for making sure the applicant pays for that. Yeah. It either reimburses us for the cost of the Stantec
Correct.
contract, or, yeah, so it isn't falling to the taxpayers. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Coxley.
There may be some contradictory kind of timing things that have been discussed prior to me getting up here, so I really want to be careful to make sure that I'm being specific on some of the background in regards to how we're here today. In May and June of 2020, during the home construction and the landscape construction, we became concerned prior to this rain event. We became concerned about the possibility of stormwater problems and water being conveyed onto our property. We made Dan aware of our concerns, and he had offered a solution at the time, of course. The solution was to have us agree to alter the grade of our property to assist in the handling of any runoff that might occur. At the time, I had requested that no work may occur on our property until we get together and meet to discuss his recommendations when I was at the home, would have been later in that June timeframe of 2020. Surprisingly, these discussions that we had began just a few weeks prior to a June 28th, 2020 major rain event. So our concerns for stormwater runoff began prior to the erosion event that occurred, albeit it was only a few weeks prior to that event. At that time, we had taken, during the construction, I was being informed by a few of folks that are supporting me and expressing their concern in regards to this runoff, getting pictures and so on. And prior to this rain event, there was no erosion control barrier that was installed on the property during the time, and the water flowed between these two homes, our two homes, into our backyard, washed out about half of our retaining wall, of which Mike has some pictures to show you. It eroded to the point that it followed the stairs down to the beach, eroded a tremendous amount along that way, left a significant amount of erosion debris down the bluff, and deposited yards, that would be yards of soil, on the beach below us. One of the pictures that Mike was thumbing through here a moment ago shows the beach and the amount of soil that was piled onto the beach. So most importantly too, after review of the previous 10 years of data from the daily precipitation reports from the Community Collaborative Rain, Hail, and Snow Network, these reports have installations in Hudson, River Falls, and many places. Mike is probably quite familiar with this service. We continue to have concern for future significant water events. When I take a look at the last 10 years, these kinds of water events that are, say, 3.5, 4 inches or more, 7 inches, they occur, and they've happened numerous times over the last 10 years. So our specifics in regards to the concerns that we have really encompass 3 things. Water mitigation, the slope preservation area, and also the accessory structures or the detached accessory structures as well. Firstly, the water mitigation. We've reviewed the written statement and a number of references regarding water mitigation problems from the adjacent property to the east, which is us, and Dan just verbally mentioned that as well, were outlined in the variance application's written statement. And as the property owner, I think it's important to point out, I think it's somewhat disingenuous regarding the water problem prior to construction. Prior to the variance applications being submitted, the property owner has never made any mention to me about standing water or leaking water into their existing structure prior to reconstruction. The property owner did discuss water mitigation ideas prior to the completion of the construction and landscaping. One of those ideas I previously mentioned in regards to addressing our property to deal with runoff. However, the reasons that he provided for this conversation were not necessarily to deal with any standing water or leaky basement water. The first item regarding that was the water mitigation problem was prior to construction. He had described that he was placing 2 to 3 extra courses of block on the basement walls to have a higher ceiling in the basement. Made no mention that this would help protect the basement from running water or leaking water. And because of that, he said that there would need to be additional fill positioned against the house so as to reduce the cinder block view protruding above elevation. He wanted to address it with me at a later time as construction continued. And I had no problem with working with Dan on some of these items, thinking that we would have these conversations, certainly. And we certainly provided permission for him to use parts of our land to be able to get construction done on his property as well. The second water mitigation issue is, he didn't mention this as I pointed out, standing water and leaking into the basement. And us not being aware of that problem, and especially that problem being caused by water conveying from our property. I was very concerned after seeing the written statement, so I contacted the previous owners of this property, and they've confirmed that there were no standing water issues or water issues leaking into the basement during their ownership of the property. The third item, also pointing out here, and I've got a photograph that might be helpful for you to understand what it looked like prior to construction, because you're going to get that great view here this afternoon yet anyway. But the third item regarding water mitigation concerns that we have is the Sonntag survey of the property prior to construction shows there was a significant lawn area at the front of the house that at the time, based on my experience of no standing water and no leaky basements, provided probably, it had enough to have water seep into the soil so that there were no real problems with water leakage into the basement or standing water. And I think that when you look at the picture and you'll see, according to the Sonntag survey, it does flatten out. It does have a bit of a slope, but we're talking 25 to 30 feet with a 1 foot drop on that sandy, loamy soil. It percolates pretty well. The second item, I had three important things talking about standing water and the water mitigation issue. We also have another major issue regarding the water mitigation problem, and that is the septic drain field. As you look at the before diagram of what Sonntag had and the after as-built diagram, you'll see that the septic drain field was added to the front of the house, between the house and the road. The installation of this drain field was raised the elevation of that lawn, and I've looked at the elevation numbers on that survey that Mr. Wozniak has provided, as well as accompanying his package. From 2 to 4 feet, that was raised. So we have increased the elevation at that location, and it, I believe, is the result of that. It forces water to run down the slope toward our lot. This installation should have been done at the existing elevation instead of raising it. The raising of that elevation required one of the walls, the rock walls that is along the driveway, that Mike is pointing out as being something that now, as a part of these changes, would be helpful to keep for managing water in the future. But again, that septic drain field increased it, and you can, when you come to the property, you'll see that it does slope quite dramatically into our lot.
Excuse me, say again, what's your evidence for the old elevation of the drain field?
The evidence is provided by Mike's package. You'll see on the survey of the prior home, and then the as-built that's included in your package. And you will see that the elevation change is that 2 to 4 feet. Sonntag did both, the before and after. So as pointed out in the as-built, a significant amount of stormwater management is directed toward our property. The home and the guest house rain gutters carry water to the east side of the property of their lot and into the rain collection basin that is outlined in the as-built. Stormwater runoff from the driveway is directed into the east side. We are on the east side of his lot as well. Construction of the rainwater collection area is filled, as you will see, filled with, the volume of it is filled with rock, taking up more volume space for water to sit and percolate through. And lastly, the small construction of a ditch that was pointed out, that along our property was installed as a result of the overflow from this rainwater event. It wasn't installed prior to the rain event. It was an effort to be able to, if we had this problem again in the future, it was an effort to be able to have something that was more of a barrier between their lot and our lot, to convey that water all the way down the bluff line. Another contributor to water mitigation issues, the area on the west side of our lot is significantly compacted from the property owner. As I'd mentioned earlier, was given permission to use that side of our lot so he could have access to his house for the construction process. But due to the amount of skid steer traffic and the weight of rock and concrete, water coming off the road and the new drain field at the same time kind of merges onto this compaction area, and I believe it is pointed out in the report that Mike has provided as well. But it doesn't seep into the soil. It's just, you guys, it's really, really firm. When landscapers moved our irrigation sprinklers at the time on the west side of our lot, it required pickaxes to get through the topsoil in order to make that move happen. Prior to the property owner completing the remedial work on our lot, on that portion, he was good enough to, hey, Tim, we'll make it, like it was when we first started. So he was put sod in, but prior to that, I had mentioned to him that they ensured that it get tilled up so that we can have water percolate. And however, it didn't occur. It didn't happen. The last major item regarding water mitigation is the written statement by the applicant, I should say. That statement points out that a rain collection basin on the west side of our lot, that is the closest to their lot, it's between the two, that is overfilling. And we, when we did our remodel work back in 2016, in consultation and under the direction of the county, we installed a number of things on our property that assist in handling stormwater. And I want to be clear, I'm going to just remind us that prior to this written statement, I was unaware of any standing water problems or leaking water problems that would have been occurring in the neighbor's home. So as a note, on our property, all of the rainwater from the gutters of the house and the garage, all of it is directed into underground tanks. We have two 500-gallon tanks, and it's only during the overflow from the tanks that's directed into one of the three, we have 3 collection basins on our property. And that collection basin is the one that is located between our properties at this time. The collection basin on the west side of our property is receiving more water due to water coming from the adjacent lot. And as I detailed just a few moments ago, where that water is coming from. And it's occurring. That water is running down the compaction area and it's filling up. It's incorporating any of the overflow that we might get as well from the rain from our gutters. It's incorporated into that basin, and that summarizes my concerns regarding item number 1, which is water mitigation. I'm sorry, I'm taking a bit of time here.
No, it's all helpful. Let me just make sure I understand this point. I just turn it off. Historically, water in some amount flowed from your property to what is now the Hartung property. But now, water is flowing from the Hartung property to your property and contributing to the filling of that rain basin on the west side of your property. Is that what you're saying?
Partially. What I'm saying is you had started with historically there was water that was being conveyed from our lot to theirs.
Yeah.
I'm unaware of whatever, if there was
you
ever
don't
water
agree
there.
with it. Okay.
Yeah,
Mr.
I don't,
Hart?
I would take an opposing view to that.
Okay.
Because of the significant size of lawn area that has nominal slope to it, and the amount of water that can percolate through there is pretty fast. And based upon my conversations with the previous owner, and I've got a picture for you here of before, picture what the previous home looked like with that front lawn. It's pretty doggone flat. And we just there was no water ahead of time. I'm unaware of that.
So water did not historically flow from your property to the Hartung property?
It's fair to say I am unaware, and upon my request of communicating with the previous owners, they were unaware of any standing water or leaking basement problems.
From any source?
From any source.
Including your property?
Correct.
But now you are saying, the second point is now water is coming from the Hartung property to yours?
Correct.
All right, I understand you now.
You will notice that there was, as Mike points out on his report, a significant amount of fill that was incorporated into this property when they did the construction. And it raised, well, you'll see the differences before and after. It raised that lot significantly. Well, significantly enough to have the runoff, I should say. Any other questions on the water mitigation concerns that we have? We had three concerns. The first one was water mitigation. The second is the slope preservation area. As pointed out, there's a large amount of rock and concrete that's been installed well into the slope preservation area. And again, I'm going to point out that I believe that the written statements included with the variance applications are a bit disingenuous as to how the landscaping was handled. The written statement made mention that the landowner, Dan went ahead and just described himself as doing the landscaping work and the rock built. And of course, the written statement incorporates with this the ignorance of being unaware of the complicated code requirements implicated with landscaping along the bluff line. The written statement also mentions that the landscaping company, and Dan had referred to this just a few minutes ago, that during COVID-19 there was a human resource problem and he couldn't get those resources up from Mexico to do the work and was unable to perform that work. However, I personally consulted with a gentleman by the name of Rick Walters, who's president of the landscape company that performed the installation of what I understood is all of the landscaping on the property. It's my understanding, after speaking with Mr. Hartung and Rick simultaneously, Rick was there as well as Mr. Hartung, that Rick had done all the design and construction of the landscaping. You'll notice that when you do your visit, they did a beautiful job of plantings and the retaining walls and so on. Turned out, it looks very, very nice. And Rick was responsible for the design and implementation of that installation as well. Rick Walters, the president of the landscaping, I understood that had performed the work, was aware as well as being very concerned about the damage done to our property after that rain event occurred on June 28th in 2020. And he did provide assistance, a bit of assistance. Dan also provided a bit of assistance to try and fix the retaining wall and the damage that had occurred. I believe I had mentioned, it eroded that wall and it dug about a 10-foot, 15-foot gully in my backyard. As well, Rick, he and Mr. Hartung were also very concerned about damage that was done to the rock walls in this slope preservation area that he had constructed on that adjacent lot. The water that had flowed between the two houses caused not only the erosion damage on our side, but caused that rock wall that was built that currently houses a sizable hot tub on it to move. And remedial construction was required, it's my understanding, after Dan had expressed his concern about this wall moving, that remedial action was required to fix the damage of that moved wall. So we have significant concerns with the integrity of the walls due to the weight of the rock, like Mike had mentioned, the amount of concrete and other further deterioration that could be caused by future water events, that over time the accumulation of these water events could be applying pressure to these rock walls. And of course, all of this construction was performed on a bluff that's comprised primarily of sand. And I just described to you what can happen on that bluff line and did happen to one of our neighbors down the way. I also think it's important to point out it was at this time that Rick had mentioned to me that he was very concerned about the viability of his rock wall construction. He described that the rock walls are not designed and engineered to be stacked as high as they were. However, he performed the work at the insistence of Mr. Hartung and made mention that he had obtained a liability waiver from Mr. Hartung to protect his company. I think it's a bit, if that occurred, I'm only going by what I was told, and I'm being truthful under oath that I was told this. I don't understand how in the written statement and other statements this gets left out. Also, other important items regarding slope preservation and our concerns around that area. Construction of the patio, decking, landscape walls were significantly beyond the scope of the construction under the conditional use permit. And as previously mentioned, we're very concerned about the stability of the slope. I want to add here also that privacy has also been, and you will notice this, significantly altered. We're in a rural location overlooking the beautiful St. Croix River. But it has been significantly altered due to the patio and the landscaping work that was performed in this slope preservation area. As mentioned in the variance application that they've provided, the patio area was expanded, and this expansion being well into the preservation area and outside of the 25-foot yard setback, in an area that was previously much more wooded and provided an appropriate barrier between lots. These lots are fairly narrow, we all know that, but there has been plenty of vegetation, especially on the bluff side, that provides privacy and of course, to keep in the spirit and intent of the riverway overlay, it's required to be there for the vegetation needs. This expanded patio has an extremely large spa, as I pointed out, which is in full view from the bed of our master bedroom as we sit in the bed. So privacy is another important part of our concerns regarding the slope preservation area. And when we talk about the walls that Mike might recommend keeping because of any kind of stormwater mitigation requirements for the future, we have to keep in mind that there is privacy issues that might need to be addressed in regards to those, what gets kept and how. I also want to point out that the expansion of the patio and these landscape walls encroaching into the setback area, there's really no longer any space to try and place natural shrubs and trees to provide any privacy between these. There has to be some space made because it is now impervious kind of location. And that is the last comment I have regarding our concern for item number 2, which was the slope preservation area. Before I move on to just the last one, I'm almost done here. I'm sorry I'm taking this much time. Do you have any questions on what I've brought up regarding the slope preservation area concerns? Okay. Lastly is the accessory structures. I think that these accessory structures, there's a number of things that are put into or under the umbrella of what an accessory structure is, the decks, the walkways, etc. And I want to focus more so in this comment regarding the detached accessory structure that's considered a garage. I haven't done the research to understand fully what the permitting process was on the original 2018. My question is, did the county provide permitting that allowed this structure to be built according to the built as is that is provided in this documentation? This structure has 2 stories and a basement and provides additional living space. And as well, I would go on to say that there could be, I don't know if it still exists or not, but an underground tunnel that leads from that structure back to the home, so that there is underground access to this structure as well. The riverway overlay is quite specific regarding the uses of a detached accessory structure, albeit these uses could be approved possibly through a conditional use permit. I'm not an expert, but under 17.36 I3B3, the garage is not to be used for human habitation. There is concern regarding the precedents, of course. A number of neighbors have been, over the years, we've been affiliated, living in the Cove area or affiliated in the Cove area of this part of the town of Troy for over 30 years. We're very familiar with the importance of how the riverway plays an important integral role in how we manage our properties. And the community down there communicates with one another all the time about it. And we're not just talking about all the great things that we enjoy about being on the St. Croix River. We're talking about the disgruntled things too of, I would love to put more room on my deck so I could see more of the river. And why am I being denied my ability to expand my garage when somebody else can do an expansion? So I think that there's a concern here as well regarding the precedents that could be set if a building like this is continued and allowed on a non-conforming property like what we have on the bluff there in the town of Troy. That's the last of my comments on the detached structure.
Do you have reason to believe that the garage has water service?
I do.
You have reason to believe, you think it is connected to a water supply?
I have reason to believe it is connected. I do know that it is.
Do you have reason to believe it's connected to the septic system?
I would not be able to, I can't, I do not know. I don't know.
But you're pretty sure there's water run to it, huh?
I do believe there is.
Okay.
Any other questions on that before I summarize?
You mentioned you've been in Troy Township for 30 years. How long have you been at this current location?
2014.
9 years.
We left, we originally moved to the area in 1991 and were there for about 10 years, and then we would always be back in the summers and holiday times until we could finally get our own place on the river in 2014, and so on. Lastly,
Mr. Wozniak, can I just ask at this point, did that previous, well, the approval of the home and the garage included it having a basement and 2 stories and water connection? Does it have sewer connection too?
You know, I actually have a copy, but in all honesty, I'd have to look at the plans that were submitted. Pardon me. I'd have to look at the plans that were submitted.
You're not
because
expected to know everything.
Because it predates my time with the county.
Sure.
When that review occurred in 2018, we do have detailed plans that I believe were submitted at the time, so we can examine that.
Ordinarily, we wouldn't approve that. I was probably, if I was involved, I suppose it would have been, this board would have been, but I don't remember it. We can look into it. If it has been fixed up for habitation.
I'd prefer to research that.
That's likely to be another kind of violation. Any other questions for Mr. Coxley?
well, I can point out too that during our construction time in 2016, our building contractor served as the agent that did get the permit through you folks. And Mr. Chairman, you were probably here at that time in 16. We were not allowed to have any additional, and so on in our adjacent garage. So I guess lastly, if I could just summarize, I brought up 3 important concerns that my wife and I have regarding water mitigation, slope preservation area, and then the detached accessory structure. please understand that our expectation is that the property itself be brought into compliance with what was initially approved in the conditional use permit of 2018. We're not saying that we would object to the work that was being done. We just would appreciate that that's what it was approved, that's the way it should be handled, and it should look like. Number one, I really, the written statement points out some of these ignorance issues, and I want to point out that Mr. Hartung owns and operates a company that requires significant expertise around state and local ordinances. Their daily operations at this company has to include constant awareness of these ordinances that regulate their work every day. And he is definitely aware of the construction requirements outlined in the code here in the county of St. Croix. My interaction with Rick Walters in the construction of the patio and retaining walls as is, and the other construction work that was deliberately done as an attempt to go around these ordinances provides some concern to us to make sure that the remedial action that's done in the future is something that is provided by, as I mentioned earlier, professional expertise, especially when it comes to stormwater mitigation and the slope preservation area. Number two, it relates to the best practices that should be adhered by these professional management trained in the disciplines necessary to ensure that there's no additional harm to the slope preservation area, the entirety of the lot, and the adjacent lots. I think also the timeliness is really important. I'd mentioned that these erosion events, the final the event itself occurred 3 years ago. The timeliness of getting this work done and being handled in a proactive manner, and it's just taken so long. We sit here on pins and needles, waiting for a spring thaw to be delayed, where the ground is still frozen, and we've got another, we'll call it 1.5 inch rain. Who cares how much it is? That can't do anything but run off the property down into the bluff line because the ground is frozen. Happens all the time. So something has to occur because we're sitting here thinking the water being conveyed illegally from one property to another can cause our foundational problems, etc., occurring, and we just don't know when it's going to happen. It will happen somewhere in the future. So what measures do the county have to ensure that the appropriate performance, which includes timeliness, of this remedial work can be done to ensure that we aren't continuing to wait for that spring thaw event to occur, among other things? I also think, lastly, I am not a lawyer. I do read codes, a lot of regulations and so on often, but I do think this portrayment of a do-it-yourself situation, where is the building contractor? It's my understanding in reading the code, especially when it comes to this county, it includes the building contractors and grading and excavating contractors. They must comply to the code when they're performing the duties in construction for the landowner. Of course, the landowner is the ultimate responsibility. Additionally, the code points out in 15.7553B that anyone that aids and abets in the violation of that chapter is liable to prosecution as well as the remedial action. Now, I don't know why it's been left out or chosen to just mislead the county by not including these vendors in this process. But however, these entities should be included in the remedial action due to their role on this project, and I've given you some food for thought as to what roles really occurred there that I'm aware of that may require a little bit more research and evaluation on the county's part to talk to these possible witnesses or testimony from them. And that's really all I have for you.
Did you say the name of the company that this Rick Walters is the CEO of?
Well,
I
it's
didn't catch it.
I don't have the name off the top of my head. I'm sure that Mr. Hartung does.
If you wish to provide a copy for our records of your statement, you were working from notes, and if you're willing to make them part of the record, just submit them later. And if you get the name of that agency, it's possible that we don't do enforcement as a board here, but some other part of the county might. Might want to talk to him as a witness. Feel free to furnish that information later.
I have a before picture, I think, because of this, the reasoning used around stormwater, and the stormwater thing is a primary problem.
Send it in by email attachment or however
I think
you
it'd be
like.
very important for you to see the picture before you go out there this afternoon, by the way, as well.
Oh, is it, I don't know that security concerns will allow it to be displayed, do you?
It's visible on my phone. I can just show you on my phone.
Uh,
I'll email it to Mike, and you can have a copy.
He can show it to you, we can add it. He could show it to you and we could add it to the packet.
Okay with you, Heather?
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a look at it on your phone.
All right, so I would suggest taking a look at the surveys, the before and after surveys.
Right, they were done by
Because this is the
Sontag?
before, as you can see, our house is here.
Oh, okay, all right.
And you can see that this is quite a large area.
Yeah.
It's steeper here.
Mhm.
And you'll see that on the survey. It goes up about 5-6 feet off of that really steeper up on the road that's above here. Our property is here. And this is the area that, of course, where they've
Used to
torn this
be
down.
an infiltration area, but now it's raised up. Got it. Okay. Anybody else wanting to speak on this application? You'd like to be heard again? Let's see if there's anybody who wants to speak for the first time. All right. Yes. You were an applicant earlier today, weren't you? Help me again with your name, though.
Yes, hello again. My name is David Odegaard.
Yes.
I'd like to start by saying that my day job, I'm a registered professional engineer, but that is not how I speak today. I speak as a citizen and a neighbor, a distant neighbor. I'd like to start by saying I very much appreciate the staff's hard work at getting facts against the laws that we're working with, and I appreciate the board working hard to get back to that basic all the time. What are the facts? What are the laws we're working with? I really appreciate seeing that in action.
That's great. If when you have free time, you ever are willing to be appointed as a member of our board, we're always looking for alternates. But we can't all be from, no two of us can be from the same town, you see.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. So I speak, I said, as a citizen, and I speak in support of the Riverway Overlay District. It is a treasure that we all have, and I want to be sure that we all keep thinking about that. I also want to say that I am very much in support of professionally designed stormwater management. It is often necessary, and when we do our construction, we need to do a good job of that. So hats off to the staff to be pointing that out. Their consultants, Stantec and others, for working toward that. I want to say that as I look at the requested variances and conditional use permits, much of this is stormwater management, which is laudable, but much of it is accessory structures that were built in nonconformance. So decks, patios, stairs, walkways, etc. And those things I am very much not in support of. And I have two concerns. The first is that this is in violation of the ordinances, and to accept that, it starts down a path that I guess is commonly referred to as death by 1,000 cuts. And so what happens is it happens one place and then it happens the next. So as a owner of a non-conforming structure in the overlay district, I would love to expand my deck, my patio. And I know that that's not acceptable. And so I've learned to live with that. And I think that if this is in fact allowed to occur, I and many other people in the district would say, well, it was allowed one time, why wouldn't it be allowed again? And I think that there's a real legal path that gets followed pretty quickly then. So I very much large concern about the accessory structures and the death by 1,000 cuts that get set in motion by a precedent. So my request is that the board accepts the staff recommendations and specifically reverts back to pre-existing condition for much of the site. So thank you very much.
Anybody else who'd like to speak? Okay, Attorney Hasselrod, you'd like to speak again?
I just remembered I gotta be done by 4.
I think I don't have much to say. I think the only thing I guess I would like to say is that
Pictures may have been enough.
to the extent things were brought up outside of the variances and conditional use permits proposed today, I guess I would appreciate the focus to be on what is in the record and submitted, as opposed to unverified statements, and certainly there can be follow-up to address new matters raised. That is really all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Wozniak, you've heard several points made that I don't know if they were new to you, but they're not addressed in the staff report. So, you know, maybe you felt they were encompassed already in some way, but I suppose at the minimum you want to look at that garage and see if there's been something done inside the walls of that weren't authorized. It's not allowed to have two habitations on a lot.
That was, since that was authorized under the 2018 land use permit, we can, again, examine that. We're not considering that per se today, but we can examine that and determine if it's not consistent with either that permit or what our Riverway ordinance allows, then, you know, that would be a separate matter.
We have another matter. What about the suggestion that some of those walls that are supporting, I don't know, one supporting a hot tub or something, that maybe they are built too tall for the nature of the design and therefore are unstable, and that future rain events or just deterioration over time or settling will cause them to fall and be bad?
I think when you do the site visit and see what's out there, it will become more clear. For example, the raised patio that Mr. Coxline was referring to, that is part of what staff is saying should be removed.
So all tall walls, just thinking about, are there any other, what shall I call them, extensive vertical faces?
That's the most prominent.
That's the most prominent. Okay.
The issue might be, and as Attorney Hasselrod had suggested, there's tiers, and there probably was 2 tiers before this project was undertaken, But you will see there's actually a third tier of wall on the let's call it the bluff line, into the slope preservation. And part of that, again, staff is suggesting should be removed. But you can form your own opinions in terms of what the visual impacts and maybe what the structural kind of concerns might be as well.
Can those be taken down without creating a worse problem?
Well, that might have to be evaluated by a professional engineer, in all honesty. I'm not sure that we can say that 100%, but I think that, again, part of it was that may have, the applicant has indicated that they constructed that sort of system to stabilize and manage the water, but it also essentially extended the usable area of the property and added more patio or deck, or, it essentially made more usable space into the slope preservation zone. And you'll see that when you're on site.
What we won't see is mentioned in the applicant's submission, is the use of fabric or other mesh or grid materials between the old wood retaining walls and the new block or rock retaining walls. And I'm skeptical of that it may not be deep enough to actually provide stability if it only goes from wall to wall. And that would not be apparent upon our outward inspection here. Am I making myself clear?
You are.
Yeah. Does anybody else wish to be heard? Okay, I guess we've got everybody. Let's get out and look at this property. We're going down to Cole Road. I very much doubt there will be any discussion of this or any questions asked on the site except of Mr. Wozniak. Point at the walls to be taken down, point at the ones to stand, point out the patios and walkways and decks that you want removed, etc., like that. But there'll be a recording machine along to catch that for the record. All right. So I expect it to be a relatively brief visit. If you want to wait here, you're welcome to. But you're not invited to get in the van with us. Just accept my assurance that we're not going to be talking about this case. All right, it's 3:47 by the clock on the wall. We're back from viewing the Hartung property in the town of Troy. And what we normally do at this stage is we make a record of impressions that board members had from the view. Important things, mind-changing things, revelations, not just, well, the grass was green and the sky was blue, but I'll lead off with my example, and you two can be thinking about what you saw. What I saw that impressed me in terms of how it matters in this case is I saw a lot of impervious surface. And I saw what appeared to me to be, and although I studied mechanical engineering, I have not practiced it in this field of surface water management, but I have seen a lot of examples of it in the course of working on this committee. But I saw a lot of what appeared to be kind of amateurish attempts to deal with surface water management. And they may, for all I know, be the perfect solution, but they may also miss the mark in some way or other. I saw those high walls, the high walls that I saw along the left side when you're facing the river, along the driveway and all along the property line there, were stacked in a way that appeared to me to be the same as professional construction would be done. But they sure were high walls, and I wonder if they are properly tied back with dead men or fabric or some other method of keeping them from bending in the middle. Those are my observations for the record, and I think they will probably influence my decision. Are you ready to go, Joe?
Yeah, yeah. I tend to agree with Buck on the water management, but I looked more at the riprap that was going down the side of the hill, and that kind of got my attention. And I thought that probably could stand a little bit more attention. Without knowing the diameter of the drain pipes, I think the size of the manholes were adequate around the lots, but we might have had one or two more of them. I'm not sure that the face of the rock, did that conform with the color of the color plat to, did meet the color plat standards for a riverway? You know, it looked like it was almost pure white rock in some cases, so I kind of noted that a little bit. But those are my biggies.
I saw a very nice home, and the neighbor, very nice home. Well taken care of, both of them. The problem is the violation of the setback, the violation of the ordinance. And I don't know why there wasn't information to the owner ahead of time that if you live along the river, it isn't like living out in the middle of some field. There's different rules that apply. And I think it would be a shame to have to tear some of that up. But I feel that there are no options, really. We can't violate the ordinances.
Thanks, Dave. One more thing, I noticed that the elevations in places had been raised. I noticed over the septic system, around the vent pipes, it was clearly higher than the Coxlean's property by a matter of feet, and was not as flat as one might like to see if you expected it to be an infiltration field by itself. You probably don't expect that over a septic field, but that's it for that. Now the hearing is still open. Anybody in the room thinks they want mic is off. What didn't you hear me say? Oh, you couldn't possibly. Yeah. The hard part for me is a lot of stuff's got to come out, in my opinion. The hard part is what should stay and how best to remediate the voids, the vacancies, the places that are left when things are taken out. Should then, like for example, I know it's part of the staff recommendation, and I feel inclined to concur with it, that a significant part of what is paved over as more or less driveway is unnecessary to be driveway. But once we take off the shaped concrete that is there now, does that mean that we have to go beneath and create create a rain garden, for example? Do we need to have 6 inches of good earth? Do we need to have it, well, tilling isn't the right word, but do we need to have that soil loosened up in analogous to tilling so that water can soak through it if it is compacted? And we've been led to believe that in the construction process, Mr. Hartung did compact things before he put the final top on them. For that, I just think that we're going to need some pretty significant advice, and it's probably got to come from an engineering firm that reports to the county, probably the Stantec folks. I mean, Stevens engineers are fine, but they report to the applicant. So they would be inclined to have a bias in favor of the applicant. To do otherwise would not live up to their duty. So the hard part for me really is to adopt the staff recommendation as it is and leave it to the staff's discretion to get the proper engineering advice on the remediation and the examination of tall walls to see if they are truly stable or need remediation on some of those vertical surfaces, or to put this off and get a Stantec report and analysis to us before we act, so that the board is making more of that decision and the staff is dealing with less of it. That's the dilemma I've got, frankly. And I'm interested in feedback from either of you.
Yeah, I don't think we're capable of making a decision today, for sure. So I would just as soon either postpone or table and get some additional research done. And I'd like to explore the septic system a little bit more too and see if something can't be done there along with the driveway.
To lower it?
Yeah, because there's a standard for what height the drain field's supposed to be, and there's a standard for what the minimum fill above it is supposed to be. And it's okay to exceed it in most cases, but in this case where we've got a drainage issue, maybe we need to get it back down to the minimum standard. So I'd like to get that explored a little bit too.
On the other end, of course, if we wait to make our decision a month, we've lost a month. And one of our witnesses, he gave a complaint, justified in some sense, about how long does it take this county to deal with a problem that it knows it's got.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you have a feeling, Dave, on how to deal with this?
I agree with your first option. I think you make a good observation on the taking out part of that driveway of what happens then, that we don't trap water. It's going to run toward the house, and we don't trap water in there, and I think that's a good observation. But I agree with your first option to take the advice of that's already been laid out by the community care department, and I think we should go that way.
Well, and if you don't mind, I'll make the motion. It's a little weird for the chair to be making a motion, but I'll step out of the normal role, and I'll move that we adopt the staff recommendation for what's to be removed and what's to be retained. But the staff recommendation contains the duty, the implicit duty to manage things as they find them, and I would then say that our direction to the staff is that they not hesitate to get professional advice. I'm thinking there will be some things where you can't get professional advice until you start to remove things, until you see what's under there, until you can do a soil boring, till you can, and so on. Now, I have said a motion I am about to make, but I haven't made it yet, so I've left the opportunity for staff to push back and/or improve the ideas.
Mr. Chair, if I may. So I just want to be clear on what you want, and that for our future communications with Mr. Hartung. So you're adopting, or you're suggesting, making a motion to go with staff suggestions on all variances, all conditional uses. Basically, the retaining wall would be kept, but everything else would be removed. However, if we are in the process and we have Stantec or a professional engineering firm determine that those walls and that were suggested by our staff here as not being structurally sound, that then those would be removed too?
That would be my suggestion, that you might go beyond what we've already seen, but I think we're gonna have to, you're gonna have to come back with us, to us, if you need to expand beyond what is already in the plans and your directions. But you've indicated a certain flexibility in the length of runs of some of those retaining walls, for example.
Okay. But if, furthermore, if our outside professional services think that something can be done and that with those existing walls and that correct them or make them solid and that we're okay going ahead and working with the property owner to keep that then. So
Well, I think that would be great, wouldn't it?
Okay.
Just getting general expression here.
We had also, I just clarify, a lot of the stormwater improvements that the subsurface stuff that went beyond what the 2018 permit required, we were recommending that that be left in place unless it had to be modified because with some of the work being done. For example, the area where the raised patio is, and if you modify and pull that out, you have to manage how your water's finding its way down the bluff, and so there may be some adjustment there in terms of how does it connect to the pipe subsurface that outlets. Does it run over? How do you handle that? So I see they retained the greatest amount of those stormwater improvements was the intent, because the stuff that goes under the driveway or the drains from the walkway into the front door of the house, I don't think we're interested in having that stuff removed. I just want to be clear about that. That wasn't part of the plan in 2018, but it seems to work and would best be left alone because it would be more demolition, more disruption to the site. It's just kind of at the edges where, for example, that back part of the patio in the back of the house that runs up to the upper tier of the retaining wall. Well, does that upper tier of the retaining wall have to get removed, or does it stay? Because if it's removed, somehow you got to drop it down to the right level to the lower wall, and that might affect the drainage too.
So I move that we adopt the staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
Further discussion? Joe?
No,
No?
I'm ready.
All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. I should clarify the record on a previous case. Which one was it, Julie? we had a mixture of variances and CUPs, and we took them in one motion, and,
Oh, right.
Jones, yeah. The one motion covered all the variances and all the CUPs that were recommended by the staff.
And Mr. Chair, if you would, back to the Hartung one, could you please clarify that the board, even if you wanted to make a motion to adopt the findings and conclusions of law that staff had presented before as your findings, and that besides what you've got from your site visit today out there as your findings and conclusions of law, just so we have a solid
That's what I meant.
record.
Is that what you understood?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we all understood. Yep.
Okay.
The whole package of findings, conclusions.
And suggestions or whatever for the board. Okay, perfect.
And you've heard us with respect to getting engineering advice, and that's within your authority as the department director.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, what about next month's meeting? We know we've got one carryover case,
That's all.
the ward, and that's all we have on the calendar for next month?
I won't be here.
You won't be here. Okay, well then we'll need to start it from scratch, because we won't have a quorum with it, so we'll take it over again.
September 28th.
So I'm sorry, Jared, that means you had merely a rehearsal,
Sounds good.
but I didn't know that at the time. Any other? We don't have any litigation right now, so we can't go into closed session and talk with Heather about that. You know, we only gave you a month to write us a memo that does all the analysis for Ward, but I hope you can, write something that at the bottom line says, and these are the 3 principles that you have to follow.
Mr. Chair, too, if it's okay with the board, going forward, I might like to take and have just a community development department update on your agenda every month. And that's just so I can provide you with maybe an ordinance update or maybe a different procedure or anything like that that's coming through. Okay?
I suppose, although we don't, I mean, it might be tempting to us to comment on such things, and it's really not our purview.
Well, you'd be able to, but there wouldn't be any action item on it. It'd be more informational for me to provide to the board because there's several ordinance amendments that the staff is considering. There's also maybe some internal policies and that with a new permitting software that might have to be amended. So that'd be just informational of staff to the board. So.
Sure, let's see where it goes. This new format, where is that Jared's invention, or is that the way they did it over in Rib County, or where you came from last, or?
Yeah, that's my own creation.
Yeah. And when you are quoting from somebody's application, you're adopting their language essentially, which is what, as part of your presentation, your recommendation.
Right, I'm making their statements part of the record, aside from being on the application.
The putting everything together in PowerPoint form, it's kind of a clunky tool to work with, especially on the complicated applications. You can only fit so much on a slide, and we have a lot.
Well, yeah, and when I get, or Joe gets our printed copy, the darn thing is printed sideways and back to back. It's hard to manipulate too, for that matter. It's awkward.
The Word format is probably easier for us to work with, and we can put more in a limited space, and we can always display it on the screen and enlarge it. You might not see the whole page, but we can run through it without a problem. That's our take, but
okay.
We thought we'd try one and see how it worked.
I see. I wasn't even aware that you had formatted it differently, or I was thinking of the contents of but no.
Right. So there's the different procedural stuff that they would like to try just to take and save them some time, but yet still deliver you the information that's needed to you guys, and I think there might be a better way to show pictures and stuff rather than trying to cram it into a slide with text. So.
Have at it, right?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Good. And if you can ever find a way to reduce the amount of our homework. you know we'll be eternally grateful. I believe with
That might be
that-
part of it as well, so.
We wish we could limit the complicated items, you know, no more than one complicated one per agenda, because
That would be
this
good
was
too. Yeah.
this was a lot of heavy lifting for this meeting.
You'll all be glad to know that Ellen Denzer has not lost her appetite for this field. She's beginning to do a little work with the Lower St. Croix Management Commission's partnership team. I think you're familiar with that entity, Jason. She's going to review a Minnesota decision from, I think, a Washington County Board of Adjustment thing at the end of the month. We'll see. Yeah, you know me. When I find somebody who's retired, I try to grab them up for the volunteer world. Okay, 4:09, and we are adjourned.
All right.